Okay, good morning everyone and welcome to this meeting of Development Control Committee A at Mid-Suffolk District Council. Can I first of all just remind everyone some of the domestic arrangements? Can I ask that you ensure that microphones are turned off when not in use? Please do not interrupt other speakers or hold separate conversations whilst others are speaking. If you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt, we will ask you to leave. Please ensure your mobile phones are on silent or switched off. And can you also do the same with your laptops, just to make sure they don't ping every time an email comes in? We will be using e-voting for this meeting on the modern.gov app, so please could members make sure they're logged on and ready to use the app. I would like to remind everyone present this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewings. The whole of the meeting will be recorded except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you'll be deemed by the Council to have consented to being recorded, and by entering this meeting as a speaker, you're also consenting to being recorded by the Council and to the possible use of those sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. The Council, members of the public may film, record, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded. If you do hear the fire alarm today, please leave the building immediately via the fire exit and make your way to the assembly point at Ipswich Town Football Club. Please follow the signs to the fire exits at the end of each floor and do not enter the atrium, the ground floor walkway areas. If you're in the atrium at the time of the alarm, please follow the signs to the nearest fire exit. Do not use the stairs or the lifts. Use the stairs and not the lifts. Do not enter the building until it's safe to do so. Okay, so welcome everyone. Just for the benefit of those that may not have been to a planning meeting before, I'm Matthew Hicks, along with my colleagues here on my left, the district councillors who will make a decision on the applications before us today. At Mid-Suffolk District Council, a ward member may speak on an application in their ward but may not vote, which is why Councillor Muller is sitting on the other side of the chamber for this item. In the room we have the Chief Planning Officer, Philip Isbell, the Area Planning Manager, Gemma Walker, Ian Deprez, our legal advisors, and then we'll have the case officers coming through for each item, Bradley, Heffer, Jasmine Wild and Helen Noble. We have other officers here who will help and come in as relevant during each application, including the Sustainable Travel Officer, someone from SEC Transport Planning, and we have governance officers as well. So that will keep us hopefully all ticking along smoothly. So if we go straight to the agenda, apologies for absence. Do we have any, please?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillor Passmore and Councillor Muller is substituting.
Thank you very much. Do we need to receive any declarations of disclosable pecuniary interests or other registrable or non-registrable interests by members? We'll start off at the back row. Yeah, Councillor Mayor.
Mr Bailey, items B and C on the agenda, is known to me, lives in my ward.
I'm a Elmswell Parish Councillor, and Elmswell Parish Council is related to the fourth item on the agenda.
Okay. You do then would be to speak on it and leave the room. Is probably the best thing. That's what we would normally do if someone has an interest. Yeah. So thank you. Yep, coming along the front. Yes, Councillor.
Yes, unusually. At the time that the parish council in Elmswell decided to try and keep this piece of land free of building, I was actually an Elmswell parish councillor, so I bring knowledge of the decisions at the time. I don't think I bring any current interest.
Working. Yes, good morning, Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. Councillor Matheson did take my advice on this morning, and there's clearly some difference in time and a decision by the parish council then to acquire the land and an application for planning permission now are separated. I don't think it's properly right to declare it. I don't think there's any disqualification arises.
Okay, Councillor Field.
Minor issue, I think, but I can see Shrublands and Barham Church out of the back of my house, just about. So I probably could see this development when it,
I don't think
when or if it gets built. I don't
okay, thank you for that. And Councillor Humphreys.
Mr Chair, thank you. I'm a Stowmarket Town Councillor and part of the Planning Committee. This was raised on Wednesday's planning meeting. I abstained from that vote so that I come in here without determination.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yes, Councillor Miller, sorry.
Yes, I'm also a member of Stowmarket Town Council Planning Committee, and I also abstained on the vote last Wednesday when it was heard. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to declarations of personal site visits. Any that need to be declared? Sorry? Oh, I've misheard that, sorry. Declarations of lobbying. We've all had probably the same letter from Taylor Wimpey. Okay, thank you. Sorry, and then declarations of personal site visits. Yes, Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, I visited site 7D, Elmswell.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we need the confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on the 12th of October. Are there any points of anything you want to raise in the minutes that need changing? Okay, so can I have a proposer, please, to propose the minutes? Yes, Councillor Mayor, and a seconder. Thank you. Okay, so we have a proposer and a seconder. Second was Councillor Eburn, proposed was Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. That vote is now in progress, members. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Muller, I notice your machine is over there. Will you be abstaining?
I will abstain because I wasn't at that meeting.
Thank you very much. In that case, Chair, that's 6 votes for and 2 abstentions. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, so the minutes of the meeting have now been confirmed and I will sign them after the meeting. Okay, and do we need to receive any notifications of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme?
Yes, Chair, we have received a valid petition objecting to application number DC 22-03423, which is the Elmswell application. The petition has 39 valid signatures and no rejected signatures.
Okay. Do we need to do anything on the back of that, or we just note it for noting? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next item is we move on to the schedule of planning applications, so we will keep to the order as in the papers. First item is 7A, the land northwest of Stow Upland Road, Stowmarket. I now ask the case officer, Bradley Heffer, to take the item through and introduce it to committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members, ladies and gentlemen. This first item you're being asked to consider is an application for full planning permission for a residential development of 258 dwellings on a site northwest of Stow Upland Road in Stowmarket. You'll remember this was last reported to committee on the 29th of September and was deferred at that meeting, members requesting some additional information. And as I go through the presentation, hopefully the points that have been raised will be addressed. This is a slide showing the wider area of the location of the site. The elements I'd point out on this particular drawing are the site itself, of course. It's on the periphery of the town of Stowmarket. You've got the trunk road, the A14, running through to the top of the site. And also Elmswell to the northeast. Sorry, it's just Stow Upland to the northeast, apologies. This is a larger scale aerial plan, and this shows again the location. You'll see next door some vacant land, which was the site known as Ashes Farm, which was also discussed at the meeting on the 29th. So they're actually abutting each other. Again, you can see the line of the A14 which bounds the site to the north. And a further larger scale aerial shot. Again, the thing that you'll note from this is a white patch on that particular drawing, which is the disused chicken sheds, which are occupying part of the site at the moment. And this is the red line application site which accompanies the application. You may recall at the last meeting there was some discussion in relation to the means of access to the site, and again it was pointed out at the meeting that the ownership extends up to that point there, and I'll talk further about where the highway land extends as well, because we've now had confirmation from the applicant as the extent of the highway land in relation to the roundabout. And that plan also shows the chicken sheds in greater detail. This is the constraints map. In terms of the constraints, obviously you've got the footpath. Well, it's not a constraint but as such, but it's marked on there as the footpath that runs through both Ashes Farm and Diapers Farm. And you'll notice the line of the built-up area boundary of Stowmarket, and also just across the edge there on the slide, Stow Upland, and the line of the trunk road again, which is a constraint that has to be acknowledged as part of the development when you build, obviously, anywhere near a trunk road. And the other elements that have been pointed out on this plan are listed buildings which are within the vicinity of the site. This plan is taken from a development brief which was produced on behalf of the council following the adoption of the Stowmarket Area Action Plan, and it helpfully identifies the two areas that we've been talking about previously and today. Zone 1 comprises Ashes Farm, which has already been discussed by committee. Today we're looking at zones 2 and zones 2 and 3. And the division of the two sites is virtually identical to the plan that you see there, which again is helpful. This is taken from the development brief. Again, it's the concept plan which accompanies the planning application, the concept plan that's in the development brief. You probably will struggle to read this on the slide, but the areas that are coloured this colour, the sort of salmon colour, are suggested for more denser development, less dense development at the boundary, and strategic areas of open space. And this plan is the previous version of the layout plan which you saw, which has been shown at the last committee meeting. This has been adjusted slightly following the deferral of the application at that meeting, but it shows the general arrangement of the development as an interpretation of the concept plan that was in the development brief. So in other words, you have areas of built form. Density is not necessarily higher in one area than another, but you have areas of perimeter block density. You have an area of open space through the centre, which again is an interpretation of that, and areas towards the bottom. Other things to point out on that plan are the link road through, which joins Stow Upland Road through to the Ashes Farm site, and the area in the corner here, which following the deferral, which is the apartment blocks, following the deferral, there's been an adjustment to how that works, which I'll explain in due course. This plan does actually show the latest iteration of the proposals. In terms of what I can point out at this scale, excuse me, one of the issues that was looked at last time was the provision of triple parking. In this particular case, there are instances of triple parking, as has been said in the report, and as a way of addressing that, the applicant has provided additional visitor spaces along, which you can just about see on this plan here, along the areas adjacent to the triple parking. So where you've got instances of triple parking, there's additional visitor spaces provided, and 2 plots on the site have actually had the triple parking removed through changes to the dwelling type. This plan you have seen before, which again is an earlier iteration, but the general arrangement of the affordable housing across the site hasn't changed. The 35% requirement is achieved on the site, and our strategic housing team are content with the mix and also the location of the units, their distribution. This is a broader plan of the accesses, various accesses onto the Stow Upland Road, which are being considered as part of this planning application. If I zoom in slightly, I'll talk through each of these. I've got a larger scale drawing of the access, but one important change that has occurred since it came to committee last time is the provision of the cycleway footway link here. That wasn't proposed previously. I think you'll recall that a lot of the cycling footway movements were either concentrated at the new access or utilising the route through, which is to the south of the site, which again you'll see photographs of those fairly soon. So that is a new element there. There was discussion at the previous planning committee about this particular element, which was the access for pedestrians and cyclists across the new vehicular access into the site. And what's happened is that the refuge in the middle has been made wider. So that's not so narrow as it was before, and as a consequence, there's more time for people, or more people, to wait at this point in order to cross as and when traffic allow, including cyclists. So that is seen as an improvement in regard to how that junction works for cyclists and pedestrians. The other thing that's pertinent to this is the Toucan crossing. That hasn't changed, the location of that, because one of the queries at last committee was whether that is in the right position. And we've had confirmation from the applicant's own highways consultants and also the Highway Authority that they are content with the location of that particular crossing. The last thing I should point out on this drawing is it's also proposed now to widen the cycleway and footway provision up to its point near the Mortimer Road junction and down to this point here, just past the Toucan crossing. So that will be a widening of that provision there in order to now allow more room for pedestrians and cyclists. I think that's a 2-metre width at the moment. It's proposed to, or it might be 3, but it's gone up to 3.5 because that's all taking place in the highway. The dotted line there you can see is the extent of the highway, and that's helpfully flagged up. This plan you have seen before, which is a connectivity plan on the site itself. The main change here is that that access is now being provided for cyclists and pedestrians at this point, and that will enable a movement across the north of the site for cyclists and pedestrians rather than having to go southwards towards the town. This is the wider connectivity plan, which includes the Ashes Farm site, which I mentioned earlier, which again, it is a tricky situation, bearing in mind this is a full application, and the proposal on the Ashes Farm site is an outline application, but notwithstanding that, both parties have been talking to each other and have produced this connectivity plan, which thinks about how people will move across the site generally in terms of cars and more importantly pedestrians and cyclists. And you'll note from that the route of the footpath is actually shown through there, which will be utilised as part of this. This plan you haven't seen before, but we thought it was useful in order to give you an impression of what happens in the wider network, bearing in mind that the site we're talking about is up in this corner. That small blue stub you see there is the new cycle point, and as you'll see from the keyed there, the blue lines are off-road cycleways. So because of the existing, and we did discuss this previously, because of the existing infrastructure around this area, and as has been qualified by the Highway Authority, there is limited space to enable off-road cycle provision to be created. But there is a network, albeit that it does take a slightly circuitous route to the centre, which can be utilised and that this scheme could tap into. These you've seen before. These are the street scenes. I won't spend too much time on this particular element, save to say that the topography of the site is something that is a challenge for anyone who develops, and you'll note from the plan that it does vary depending on where you see these blue lines, which are taken on an approximate north-south and east-west orientation. These are the general plans of the houses, which I'll go through fairly quickly. They use a range of traditional materials that you'd expect to find in this location, and use traditional built forms similar to other dwellings in the area. So in terms of context, we were content that this meets the context that it would need to relate to. If I quickly go towards, this is the original apartment block, and you'll recall from the plan I showed a while ago that it's in a prominent location. It's the only three-storey building proposed for the development, and it's in the top northeast corner, so its prominence will be something that will be evident as part of the development. As part of the discussions with the developer, we've reorganised the design of this, and there's two reasons for that. One, to make it more responsive as a design in itself, and you'll see in particular what we've achieved as a design feature is what's called rustication, which is basically making render look like stone. So you've got stone with bricks sitting on top of it, which is construction, as a construction makes more sense than stone sitting on timber frame. Sorry, bricks sitting on timber frame. The projections here have been made stronger to break up that elevation. But a key element of the design revision, if I go to this plan, it's probably better, is that this projection now comes towards this way, away from the A14, whereas previously it was doing that. So it's taking accommodation away from the A14, which I think, bearing in mind comments that were made at the previous committee, is a positive response as far as we're concerned, and it's seeking to address that issue, notwithstanding, of course, that the location is unaltered. The design itself is amended. And another thing to bear in mind is that the applicant does control the land up to the red line, so therefore, in terms of a soft landscaping approach, this is something that can obviously be addressed through that mechanism. Another issue that came out of the last committee was the amenity of the units to the northern boundary, the ones that are immediately adjacent to the trunk road. We've got a section here which shows the carriageway of the A14 and the associated slope leading up to where the site begins. So all of that is the trunk road area up to that point. This is the acoustic fence, which is required as part of the development to attenuate noise. There'll be landscaping in front of that within the site. And this is a position of a typical unit facing the A14. In terms of outlook, which I think was one of the concerns, the way that this works at first floor level, and the intervening distance with the boundary treatment here, views are ostensibly across into the land to the north rather than views directly into the trunk road itself. And we're satisfied that that doesn't create a situation where amenity is overly impacted or visual amenity is overly impacted purely by location. In terms of the amenity of putting dwellings there, in principle, as that is a frontage as part of a development, in planning terms we would prefer to see a public frontage to that development rather than a private frontage. That has two functions, because basically with a public frontage you've got houses facing on to the public space, which is basically the A14 trunk road. And by having houses in this position, what you actually create is a situation that where the amenity space behind those houses is screened by the building itself, which assists in attenuation of disturbance. Whereas if that was handed, there is a potential, of course, that you'd have the houses there, say, and then you'd have private amenity areas directly adjacent to that space. So we think there are benefits of arranging the site in those terms, both spatially and in terms of amenity. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the second plan into your pack early enough, but this is another plan which shows the height of the 3-storey unit in the corner in relation to the adjacent roundabout, which are the two carriageways to the roundabout you can see there, and also the existing dwelling or the existing building on the other side. So that will give you an idea, and again, notwithstanding the fact that it's a 3-storey unit, the land drop itself does, we feel, make this more manageable as an element in itself, just as a built form element, bearing in mind it is the only 3-storey building on there. Quickly run through the photographs which are unchanged from the last presentation, which is the approach from Stow Upland just before you get to the bridge, before you get to the roundabout, and then views of the roundabout itself, and you can see the site appearing on the right hand side here, and again that's coming off the roundabout. These are all taken off of Google Earth or Street View because purely for convenience, not being wanted to stand in the carriageway, unfortunately. There's some views across the site. Again, these will give you some idea, hopefully, of the expanse of agricultural land, which is on a bit of a slope across, which is one of the constraints that has got to be dealt with. That's a view of the houses on the other side of the road, which are between planted areas, and I think that this is the approach that we feel could be respected on this side as well. That's a view down the road itself, and these are points of access, so where there's a gap in the hedge, it's looking to take accesses in there rather than trying to take out lots of trees unnecessarily. In fact, one of the key elements of this is looking to retain the tree and hedge boundary treatment that's on the site as an amenity resource as part of the development. That's a distance view of the redundant chicken sheds. Again, that's the point approximately in the street, and it's hard to get context, I accept, but where the main access would be coming in. And the point you can see here is the island which would be replaced, the existing island which would be replaced by the Toucan crossing. These are views going down towards the town. And again, I mentioned the access through for the footpath, which exists at the moment, and this is taken off Stow Upland Road and serves dwellings, as you can see, and also provided a route to the redundant chicken sheds. So that takes you virtually up to the chicken shed site, but that all contains a public right-of-way which will be retained as part of the development. That's the end of the presentation, but I think just quickly I'll draw your attention to several items that are on the table papers. At the time my report was written, we had received comments from the Highway Authority and the Sustainable Travel Officer, and also Place Services Landscape, which are included in the bundle that was part of the original package you received. Subsequently, we did receive a comment from Stowmarket Town Council, which you can see the first line there. The Town Council reiterates its strong objections to this application, and then goes on to identify what they are. So there's a sustained objection from the Town Council. The Sustainability Officer was able to provide a comment in relation to sustainable energy issues, which is included on the table papers, and the key reference in there is the third paragraph, where the officer says, I need to know how the properties are to be heated. Subsequent to that, and apologies that we've had time constraints, we did receive a further response from the officer following clarification from the applicant. We received that at 11 minutes past 5 yesterday. But with your agreement, Chair, can I read that out now? So this is, just to qualify it, this is the current comment of the Sustainability Officer. I have reviewed the applicant's recently published response on sustainability and energy, and I note the contents therein. I have also just been provided with a letter from the Sustainability Consultants, AES, dated 14th of October 2022. It seems that the choice of heating system and the subsequent CO2 emissions for various parts of the site are assessed on calculations on the old building regulation Part L 2013, which uses the standard assessment procedure SAP 2012, and Part L 2021, which uses SAP 10.2. SAP 2012, as the date suggests, is 10 years old, and whilst it has had periodic upgrades, it still uses CO2 emission figures for various fuels that are several years old. This means that SAP 2012 overestimates the CO2 emissions for any fixed buildings, e.g. air source heat pumps that use electricity. There are other inaccuracies that have been corrected in the newer SAP 10. SAP 10.2 uses up-to-date CO2 emissions data for electricity that take into account the greening of the national grid in recent years. An ASHP in a dwelling built to the Part L 2021/SAP 10.2 standard should use slightly less electricity to achieve the same comfort levels because of the improved fabric performance requirements compared to the same unit built to Part L 2013/SAP 2012. The amount of electricity used will not be substantially different, but the CO2 emissions will be significantly lower under Part L 2021/SAP 10.2. CO2 emissions for gas appliances and electrical appliances under SAP 2012 are different, but for SAP 10.2 are nearly the same. By mixing the standards and different fuels used on heating on various parts of the site, it is difficult to determine the optimum arrangement when just considering just the statements in the response and letters referring to estimates of CO2 reduction. I would suggest that the full SAP calculations under each standard for all the various permutations of heating appliance and provision of photovoltaic PV panels are provided so that absolute numbers relating to the CO2 emissions can be compared. Only after that stage will I have sufficient information to be able to respond. The apologies for the length of that, Chair, members, but I think it's important that you're aware of that. So we have had a latest response, and I appreciate that's a lot to take in, but you're fully up to date with that particular point. If I just quickly run through the other elements on the table papers, you'll see that we've had an environmental health noise odour officer comment, which you've hopefully been able to read, which is suggesting that in order that we don't face a position where air source heat pumps are installed at a later date, and these may require acoustic assessment, it is suggested that we should withdraw PD for that particular element. I've made no particular comment on that, but I think it's important that you're aware of the comment that's been made. And at the time we produced this report, this table papers, we haven't had a comment back from the Parish Council of Stow Upland or Stowmarket Society. And just very quickly, additional updates. You'll have hopefully had a chance to look at the drawing or the plan on the last page, page 5 of the table papers, which basically gives you, shows you where the extent of the highway boundary is, shown green along the whole of that section of Stow Upland Road. So again, you can see, and if you can recall the red line plan I showed earlier, there will be land in between that and the highway land, which isn't under the ownership of the applicant. And very, very lastly, final point, in the report, there's a list of elements that we would seek to secure through Section 106. We double counted the requirement for a £10,000 contribution towards a traffic regulation order. That appears twice. It's listed as a 10,000 contribution, and then is also listed in more detail at the end. So I think you've heard enough from me, and I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Can I just check on a couple of things then, just so I'm 100% sure, and then obviously other questions. So obviously in our papers on page 31, we have the reasons that this committee asked the applicant to go away and to consider the requests of the committee and then to come back. So in terms of design of the 3-storey proposed unit, that's still in the same location. So the location hasn't changed. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, Chair.
Okay. In terms of the parking removal of triple parking, there is still triple parking?
There is still triple parking, but
with an additional
spaces.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
In terms of going all air source heat pumps and removing gas, that hasn't happened?
No.
Okay, thank you. Right, happy, I just wanted to be clear what it has or has not happened. Yes, we'll start down the end. Councillor Matheson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I did want to go first because I need to point out that, of course, I was away at the September meeting, and so I am starting at some disadvantage compared to other members in asking questions, and so I may ask a few.
Let's just ask the questions.
Yeah, well, I may therefore ask quite a few questions that you've had the answers to.
If you have
last
3
time.
to start with, and then we'll move around the committee.
I think the first one I've got was, can you clarify that whether the design brief was adopted? Because it's somewhere in the papers it says it wasn't adopted, and somewhere else it says it was adopted. So I just want to clarify that one first. And the second one is, to get there, yes, to clarify, there aren't any bungalows, are there?
No, there are no bungalows.
Right, and the third one, there's a lot of pages to get through here. Sorry about this. Yeah, I'll be happy to hear from others. You just understand the problem.
Let's answer those questions first, Bradley, then we'll move on to other members.
Well, just on the first point, I'm checking as we speak because I want to be absolutely clear what the status of that the document is, and as to say, we confirm there are no bungalows proposed. But if you bear with me, and I'll come back to that point, if that's okay.
Councillor Field, did you want to have any questions?
Yes, I think I did. There are a few issues. One of them really the relationship to the design brief. There's a comment which says it's conceptually possible to interpret the number of houses, number of dwellings on this site as being compliant with the design brief. It doesn't say it is compliant, it says it's conceptually possible to read the figures in a favourable way. I would like to understand that a little bit more. And really the point is the density, which seems to be, from the numbers, quite high, is the density on this compatible with the design brief, or is it much higher in this particular element, perhaps compared with the total area that the design brief covered? So that was one issue. The second issue really is the roundabout access, that we've just been looking at the area owned by highways. Somewhat concerned that there obviously was an intention and a belief that access at that point would be superior, and we can't achieve that. There's two comments. One of them says it's in separate ownership. There's a narrow, a ransom strip in separate ownership. Another point claims that there is a covenant that prevents connection, and I wondered on the validity of that. Surely covenants can be changed by a court of law. So that's point two. The second one really, or the third one really, is about heat pumps and solar panels. I think it might be better to come back to that because that could be quite extensive.
Discussion. Do you want to come back on those, Bradley?
At the risk of us all trying to answer the same question, Chairman, so the land adjacent, taking it in reverse order, the land adjacent to the roundabout, there's a strip of highway land, but the application site is more of a rectangular shape, so there is a parcel of land which isn't owned, or at least which we don't have certainty about its proposed use, because it's not part of this application. Because it's not part of this application, and there may be ransom consequences, I have been in discussion with Crest Direct about the future of that, and been discussing that with Public Realm. So at the moment, that's an ongoing conversation. It's not part of the planning application before you, and I think the design brief itself may acknowledge that there would be no access onto that roundabout. Now, the reasons behind that, yes, it's true you can change a covenant. Usually that involves the covenant holder accepting a degree of money in order for that to happen in the usual way. So relaxing and releasing covenants is not done without agreement, which is not part of what's before us today. And, you know, I always say decide the application in front of you. The access onto the roundabout idea is not part of the design brief. So from my perspective, I think there's a side conversation about that land around the roundabout. Some of it is highway land. I think some of it, and Crest may be able to speak to this themselves in more detail as to what they understand of the legal position. I'm certainly exploring whether that has a future, because I don't wish to see that become an orphan piece of land. But is that a starter on that point, Councillor Field?
Thank you. But the issue really is, are we modifying what highways believe will be necessary for a safety point of view because of an ownership issue, a minor ownership issue, or not? And you're telling me that the design brief, which is this is supposed to follow, did not incorporate access there. Okay, I understand that, I think.
Yeah, so I'll let Mr Chester correct me when I get it wrong on what the Highways Authority will or won't accept, but the point of access onto the roundabout was not, I thought, considered to be preferable or alternative. I don't think that's actually been in conversation for some considerable time. It doesn't sit within the development brief as the access point that's expected, and I wouldn't describe releasing a covenant as a minor matter, because clearly persons with interest in covenants can expect substantial negotiation around their release. So I'd probably take a little bit of a point around that, but I don't know if that answers the question in any way, shape or form.
Okay, Councillor Humphreys, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question, Bradley. The noise abatement fence that's on the northern edge of the development site, is that the whole length of that development site or not?
The requirement would carry across for diapers and the ashes, or the site we're talking about now, and ashes as well. Yeah.
Ben?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Bradley, for the presentation. I've just got a couple of questions. Presumably, if the site is going to be half gas, half air source heat pump, they'll have to put gas infrastructure in through the whole site, and at whatever cost that would be. Secondly, could you just confirm that the construction management plan will include some recourse for the safety of pedestrians and cyclists along a very busy stretch along Stow Upland Road, and some means of avoiding HGV tipper trucks? Thanks. And thirdly, on the proposed bus route that I see that will be in the section 106, will there be a timing attached to that? Because if this site starts before the Ashes Farm site, will there be a kind of cut-off point at which that bus route will then start, rather than it wait for both sites to be complete? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. In regard to the first point, at this stage, the information we have is that gas boilers will be installed as part of the development until such time there is a change in the relevant requirements of the building regulations. That's my understanding of the situation. We have the developer here. He may be able to clarify that. The construction management plan, there is an element specifically in the traffic assessment which advises about banksmen during school times and times when that route's used by cyclists and pedestrians quite heavily. But that's, if it hasn't been picked up in the report as a specific requirement, we could certainly add that. I don't think that would be anything that would be seen as only.
Sorry, not on that.
And with regard to timing, the way that the contribution would work, I think that would be, sorry, for the bus route, that would be something that the Suffolk County Council travel people who provide the service, or would be using the money to provide the service, will be able to advise on in terms of when that might actually happen. Because as I understand it, it has to be a critical mass in order to create a new service. And when that comes is probably something that they'll be able to provide more information on, unfortunately.
Going around, Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. One of my questions I've found the answer to by looking at a detailed drawing. You mentioned in your report, Bradley, that there was a desire or ambition to maintain as much of the tree and hedging boundary of the site as possible. Is that actually conditioned, or is that part of the landscape strategy? And how can we be assured that they're not going to chop down more of the existing hedging than they really, really need to, as has happened in other applications? Thank you.
The extent of tree and hedge removal is identified in the arboricultural impact assessment. Our tree officer has considered that, and he's content with the amount of tree loss and importantly the types of tree that are being removed, in other words their status from 3 up to 1. So I think that the number of trees and the types of trees that are being removed, he's accepted, and he's also requested that the development take place in accordance with that submitted arboricultural impact assessment. So as far as we're concerned, there isn't a proper assessment of all the trees on the site that are going to be removed, which we could control adequately, unless developer wanted to change it, in which case they'd need to amend their proposals and we'd go through the whole process again, well, on that particular element.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Philip Isbell.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, think Councillor Matheson asked about the status of the design brief, which, in fairness, is helpfully slightly ambiguous on our website. So the design brief is listed as an adopted document, together with all of the other allocation design briefs and master plans for Stowmarket. It doesn't appear from what I see on the website that it has actually been through an adoption as an SPD process. It was produced in discussion and dialogue with the two site landowners, so they are, from my perspective, cited on it, but I don't think it's followed the formality to be adopted as such. And some of the others for sites around Stowmarket have been adopted as SPDs, and some haven't. So you have a fairly mixed picture. This, though, does not appear to have been adopted from what I've seen. I've not got notes about the committee reporting process because this happened some years ago. And in relation to the access point, Brad, are you able to get the slide back up which shows the concept plan? And coming back to the question of what's a conceptual number about houses, the document itself is a little vague, I suppose, around what it proposes. It certainly proposes more dwellings than were anticipated in the allocation itself in the Stowmarket Area Action Plan, but just to come back to the roundabout point, the design brief very clearly eager anticipation. Design brief very clearly shows two red arrows. One enters what is otherwise known as Ashes Farm itself. This is known as Diapers Farm. And so access off the roundabout has not been part and parcel of this concept for some years now. The status of the land around that roundabout, I think, is something that would be very sensible to resolve. I'm not sure that should distract us from debate this morning, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, so you had a couple more questions before we move on, Councillor Matheson.
So, yes, Chair. Yeah, paragraph 6.16, the electric vehicle charging. Are we, in relation to the sort of rear parking courts, are we getting trunking to those so it can be installed, or what's the arrangement there? And then another question is 1428. It looks as if we were going to get some more from county highways on that point, and I'm not sure that I picked that up anywhere as we went along in your report. So, well, should we leave that at 2 for a moment, and I'll obviously another one at the end.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. I mean, in terms of the PV issue, the situation is that the requirements of the guidance will be met. So where you've got on-site or on-plot parking, there will be charging points provided. Where they're remote, then there will be the infrastructure put in, the trunking or whatever.
Trunking.
In order that if there's a requirement to put that in later, there's a facility in order to do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. So the answer is yes. Well, that's good. Right.
Sorry, I should have said that. What was it? The other one was 1428.
Yes. I wasn't clear. I mean, I see. You know, there was a verbal update was coming, so I thought I'd make sure I got that. Well, you may have had it last time. You see, that's a problem for me.
It's not a problem because every committee we start at the beginning and run through it all. So there's no problem.
Apologies. The way my report's written, that comment in 1428 specifically relates to that point about the priority, but the actual Highway Authority comments, which were awaited, the whole comments, these were received separately. The whole comments are included later on in that report. Yeah. So they're actually reproduced in the text rather than come as a late paper. So apologies for the confusion on that.
Yeah. Yes, and that is, yes, and very, very relevant this week. In the proposed conditions. Yeah, are we covering the issue of surface water management during construction? Because we've had another very bad episode in the Finborough Road in my ward. Both sites have deluges of water flowing off. Both sites are under construction. Are we covering that as a separate condition? I've seen it somewhere as a separate condition.
But you've asked the question, is it a condition? We don't need more than that. Thank you.
It's not drafted as a separate condition, but we could add that.
Can we know that from planning debate if we get there?
Chair. Just two questions, if I may, please, for clarification, Bradley. On slide 16, could we have a look at that one again, please? I think it was slide 16. Yeah, going up the Stow Upland Road, as you come where it branches off to the right, to the Uplands estate, the actual tarmac footpath ends at the Stow Upland Road where it branches off. Are there plans as part of this application to tarmac the 100 metres up until the roundabout on that side of the road as well? That's my first question, please.
No.
No, okay. And my second question, the residents in Woodlark Drive, which is opposite the roundabout, they are very concerned about the flats, particularly the upper floor of the flats, that they will be able to look into their bedrooms. Can I have sort of confirmation that they will not be able to do that? Because obviously that's a major concern of them.
Well, I think, Councillor, there will be views available, undoubtedly. I mean, as I said in the presentation, we're looking to landscape the corner of that site in order to soften the impact, but obviously that takes time to grow. But notwithstanding that, the distance between the two across the road as well, we don't think that there is a supportable reason to concern with overlooking in that particularly as it's a front-to-front distance rather than front into back as well.
Thanks. Back to Councillor Mayor. Did you want to come in? No? Oh, okay. Sorry, Councillor Field next.
Thank you. Just to return to the comments from the Sustainability Officer, I was wondering how we tackle that. Yeah. The comments seem to imply that we can't make a decision yet, so let's delay things. Let's defer this yet again.
We'll bring in Mr. Isbell.
Oh, okay, I just want to take that a bit further. Certainly looking yesterday, SAP 10.2 doesn't yet appear to be available for domestic properties. It is for commercial properties. But there's a trial application which sits on government websites which one could use if one was enthusiastic enough. And clearly the issue is that at the moment electricity gives you about 231 grams of CO2 per kilowatt generated. Gas is about 215, slightly better. However, if you stick an air source heat pump in, because of the gain, that figure comes down to 108 grams per kilogram. So there's clearly a benefit from climate point of view of things to gain, which is what was concerning the committee. I was just wondering how we're really going to resolve that in a way that perhaps doesn't just kick this into the long grass for another not very constructive period.
Yeah. Philip.
Thank you, Chairman. One option would be to effectively delegate to myself to get the full SAP calculations that Mr. Chisnell is looking for and to get those in a satisfactory format that enable the comparisons he wants to do, so that we can then conclude whether or not what's offered is the optimum arrangements, which I think is what we're all trying to achieve here, to reduce CO2. So, subject to giving that some thought as to the wording, Chairman, the first point would be that one needs the information to establish what the facts are about the proposal and its permutations, and then to settle upon the permutation that achieves the optimum arrangements for the reduction of CO2 and to require those by conditions. And one could put that as a headline delegation beneath which everything else sits, Chairman.
Yeah, or the applicant could turn around and say they're doing air source heat pumps throughout today.
We haven't yet heard from them, Chairman, so...
Could one just say that, you know, the thing is not to rivet ourselves into a position, but perhaps to accept what Philip's saying?
Okay, we'll move on then. Thank you very much. So we'll now move on to speakers. So first of all, I'd like to invite the Parish Council. We don't have anyone from the Parish Council, but we've obviously seen their comments. We don't have an objector, and we don't have a supporter, but we do have the agent. We have Richard Clues and David Fletcher from Stratton Parker, then Daniel Wilson from Crest Nicholson, Raymond Long from Richard Jackson, and Andrew McManus from AESSC. So I don't know who's going to go first, but over to you, and if you can, please keep to the 3 minutes.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, members. The application obviously was presented previously to the committee with a recommendation to approval, and we're very pleased it does so again today. I'll concentrate on the changes that we've made since the previous committee, as we will presume that all the other aspects were essentially well received and supported. Just as a quick summary, the application has been subject to detailed discussions prior to submission and throughout the determination, including over the last few weeks. On the final few matters. For completeness, this did include engagement with consultees such as the Highway Authority, the LLFA, and the Parish Council. We've also worked very closely with the applicants for Ashes Farm to ensure a coordinated delivery on the cycle, pedestrian and vehicular connections, which we know is important, and also collective contributions towards the junction improvements and the bus services, as you heard previously. The application was deferred in order to consider the design of units close to the A14, look at the triple parking, cycle charging for e-cycles, confirm the design of the Toucan crossing and sustainable energy proposals to be above standards. We've addressed each of these with officers, as you heard earlier. On the cycle charging, these have been entirely agreed, and the Toucan crossing design you have seen already in the presentation. With regards to the design of the apartment buildings, we've changed that design, so actually now one wing of it actually now faces into the side, so it's not just the location isn't the same. Location is the same, but the arrangement of the building has actually changed. So that wing no longer faces towards the A14. This enhances the design in terms of the public realm, as expressed by officers in the report. We've also changed the external appearance, the detailing and the roof pitches, all of which have been supported. Landscaping has been clarified between the apartments and the surrounding roads and will be planted with native hedging and trees to soften the building. Levels have been clarified to show the apartment building how it would be seen from Stowmarket Road as virtually a two-storey building, and also that views over the A14 will look essentially over the countryside rather than over the road, and we hope that was clear from those section plans. With your officers, it was agreed that the orientation of the rest of the properties is actually best as currently proposed, with the private gardens facing into the site rather than towards the A14. In combination with the acoustic fence and the planting, this will protect residential amenity. On the triple parking, the layout has been revised to reduce the amount of triple parking by 2 dwellings, and importantly, we've increased the visitor parking from 65 to 74 spaces, which is 9 more than the standards would require. This is to help prevent unauthorised parking, and the additional spaces are all proposed closest to those properties that have the triple parking. The plots of triple parking are all served off private drives, and officers have confirmed this accords with the adopted parking standards. On sustainability, following concerns raised by members about the limited number of dwellings that would have benefited from the previous proposal, which was air source heat pumps across a minority of the site, about a third of the site, Crest have fully reviewed.
I'm afraid the time is up, so it'll have to be the last sentence, please.
Well, we have the sustainability officer with us who can go through all the details, but there is a substantial improvement over existing building regulations, and those can also be adapted as the scheme goes on, as building regulations change.
Thank you very much.
We have our consultants here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions. We'll start on the back row. Councillor Mayor.
Thank you for your brief, and as a member of the committee that looked at this before, thank you for addressing some of our concerns. I think the air source heat pump and PV panels remains an issue for me, and in that committee it was, I think, my interpretation of the committee's wishes that they were keen to see more air source heat pumps and PV panels being offered as an option. Can you confirm that actually what you're doing is offering PV panels on available houses, those that can take it, and you've taken out the heat source pump option?
Yes, so I'll respond to that firstly, but then I'll let Andrew, who's our sustainability consultant, come up further. What we did was we reviewed the strategy entirely because members, I believe the actual request was that purchasers have the option of buying PV panels on their sites. Instead of doing that, we're actually proposing them across all of the properties as part of the build. So instead of air source heat pumps, there's now PV panels on every dwelling. That means that all of the occupiers benefit from renewable technology. That's the caveat is where practical, but that's the offer, is all the dwellings to benefit from PV. When you look at the CO2, and I'll let Andrew respond to this properly, that actually is a big improvement compared to air source heat pumps. And I'll let Andrew explain the facts and figures around that, but it actually worked out as a win-win situation to actually provide PV across all the sites rather than air source heat pumps on some of the properties.
Yeah, thank you for that. I listened to the letter read out by the officer and understood very little of it. My concerns are far more practical. If you put in what I assume are gas boilers, at some point as a resident, I'm going to have to take that out and put in another source of heating that will probably incur higher costs because I'm going to have to install underfloor heating or larger radiators. So I don't actually see you've now putting PV panels on those houses that can take them, but you are condemning the residents to large payments at some time in the future where they can't replace their gas boiler and they're going to be forced into another form of heating. So I think looking at just CO2 now is only part of the issue for me. And that may be just my lack of understanding. So,
Andrew, do you want to respond?
I think some of this comes back to the rate. Oh, sorry, I'm Andrew Manos, Associate Director at AES, Sustainability Consultants. Some of it comes back to the regulatory baseline, and it's discussed, the different carbon factors under the different regs and things. So I think it's worth explaining that initially the initial parcel will be assessed under the Part L 2013 regime. And we've committed to delivering a roughly 20% carbon reduction on those units by adding solar panels to the homes, which previously didn't have. Now, going forward to Part L 21, there is software available to do those calculations, so we have run those calculations. The strategy for those homes initially will be to supply them with gas plus PV, which is similar to adjacent developments, the Bloor Homes development, which I understand has been approved. So following that strategy is fully in accordance with the regulatory standards and the direction of travel that the government is saying we need to go to. We know the Future Homes Standard may come into effect in 2025, and at that point, air source heat pumps are likely to become the kind of de facto standard, but at this point in time, we don't necessarily know that's a definite. We don't obviously know that they are a low-carbon solution. We know that the grid is decarbonising, but there is significant concern about running costs for homeowners. Electricity prices being what they are, when the price cap comes to an end, we know they are going to be very expensive to run. EPC ratings will be worse for the houses with air source heat pumps than with the gas plus PV. So from an affordability perspective, I think it's not necessarily a bad option to have a gas plus PV approach in the interim, and then obviously being fully adaptable to accommodate future changes to the regulatory standards.
So why don't you just go for air source throughout?
I think
is it finance?
I think there's a number of issues around some of this. So there's an impression that the whole industry could just move to air source heat pumps today to achieve these carbon reductions. There's a massive shortage of kind of design and installation competency and expertise in the industry.
But is it Crest doesn't have the expertise in that field? Is that the problem?
No, it's independent designers. Obviously, Crest would employ the heat pump designers and manufacturers to design those systems and to install them. If they're designed and installed, by people who don't have a lot of experience in doing it, then they can perform very poorly, actually, and a lot of the bad press that heat pumps have had.
I'm really sorry, I'm going to have to challenge that. We've got two applications before us today. One that's doing 100% air source heat pumps, tell it's not a problem at all, and they're another national house builder, and you telling us there is a problem, so that would be for the committee to decide. But, we've got two applications in front of us giving totally different views on the same subject. So.
There's a lot of things to it. I think another is electrical capacity, and I don't know if we've had a chance to have a look at some of the issues around that.
Well, I'm sure we'll cover it in debate. Keep going around the room. Councillor Eban.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your comments earlier. I've got two questions, if I may. Firstly, about the gas infrastructure, because presumably if you were putting in air source heat pumps, you wouldn't have to install huge pipes throughout the whole site, which I suspect would not only in expense but also a lot of carbon. So have you factored that in with your kind of costs and things in terms of it being obviously therefore cheaper to have air source heat pumps? And secondly, could you just advise what you're expecting your build-out rate to be? And I ask this in that, you know, the residents around the area won't want a kind of prolonged construction site for 5, 7, 10 years or whatever. And with the news today that several major house builders, I'm not sure yours was one of them, have said that they are struggling with sales at the moment and are therefore reducing their build-out rate. So if you could comment on what you expect for 250 homes, the build-out rate to be. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, on the infrastructure costs, obviously that is captured within all the assessments that are undertaken. I think it should be emphasised again that the gas plus PV is cheaper for the occupiers. Particularly at the moment, there's also, even though you'll have the gas infrastructure, but obviously the pipe work, if you have all the air source heat pumps, you've then got extra electricity load and you need additional substations. So is electricity infrastructure to install, which may or may not seem easier from public perspective, but the approach here is to have gas plus PV, which has been seen to be the best approach for all round, for lowering carbon and also for the costs. Particularly for the occupiers of the dwellings in the future. On the build-out rates, I think it's about 50 dwellings per annum. 50 to 60 dwellings per annum is typical in a site such as this.
Yes, I know that's typical, but I'm saying recently we're always told it's 50 to 60, so I know that's the typical build-out rate, but I'm asking you, in the current circumstances with sales, you know, and this site isn't going to start being built for another, you know, if it gets approval today, it won't start being built for a certain amount of time. So what would you expect the build-out rate for this site to be? Thank you.
Afternoon all, Dan Wilson from Crest Nicholson. Thank you for your question. We have done very recent market research on this site a month ago, and we've seen no fall off in terms of persons who would like to purchase in the local area. We've got a site up the road in Henlygate, and that is something that is progressing quite quickly. So in terms of seeing between 50 to 60 a year, that's something that we're confident that can happen in terms of the market at the present time.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Keep going along the back row. Did you want to come in? No. Down to the front row, Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yes. I note in the recommendations that we've got some ground floor, one-bedroom flats, and we're recommending, the office is recommending that they will have level access showers, not baths. I wondered whether, I'm not sure how many of them there actually are, but I wondered whether we could have some of those to M42 and perhaps one to M43 standard of construction.
So we probably have to just check what the standards are for those already. If they've got level access and they've got the wider corridors, then it may be straightforward. But we would need to check that to see whether M43 could be achieved. I assume they are M42 because they're the ground floor apartments. But I would need to check that with you.
Are they part of the affordable offer on this then? Already?
Yes. Yes, I think they are. Yes, so they would typically be arranged by the registered provider, and they would typically request things such as M42 or M43 as part of that deal. I honestly would need to check the plans and see whether they're M43 already.
Do that while we're debating.
Possibly.
Thank you.
Councillor Field, did you have anything? Oh, then Councillor Humphreys.
Yes, I guess when you spoke, you were implying that the 2013 regulations imply that at the moment one should use gas boilers because they're based on various numbers that come from 2013, not 2022. And that if we move to the 2021 regulations, then the picture will change, and it's clear then that the decarbonisation of the grid affects the choices that one is making. Do I understand that correctly? I guess is a point. So that seems to affect Councillor Eburn's point, which is, or my interpretation of this is, how many dwellings do you expect to be built out under the 2013 regulations before you have to change to the situation that exists today rather than the historical data? You did make a number of points about the efficiency of air source heat pumps and that sort of thing. I only have figures here which are relatively informal, so difficult to perhaps use them as part of a decision, but clearly what you're saying is not really supported. That the cost and carbon from pure electric heating would be high. The cost of carbon from gas heating is, well, the carbon's comparable, the cost is substantially lower than electric heating. If you move to air source heat pumps, the carbon is clearly dramatically less. The cost is comparable. Slightly more, I have to say, for air source heat and slightly less for ground source heat. So there are a set of things that, really, how are we going to tackle? We clearly wish to move to the future. You seem to be accepting that the regulations which are just about appearing actually will point exactly in the direction that the committee is requiring, but you're not going to do it yet because you're working to an older set of building regs. Do I understand those things correctly, or am I wrong?
So neither Part L 2013 or Part L 21, which are the two regulatory standards that we have definition of, neither of them are prescriptive over which heating system needs to be used. So Part L 21 won't mandate air source heat pumps. For some housing types, they might be the most appropriate type, particularly where there's roof area constraints, that the amount of PV that you would otherwise require to meet the carbon reduction targets doesn't fit on the roof. But certainly the bulk of homes that we'll see built to Part L 21 will be gas plus PV. We work with a lot of the national developers, and that is the current solution that's being proposed. Part of that is due to the cost and availability of the heat pump systems and the installers, but part of it is down to that being the most appropriate approach at this point in time, with a view to moving towards the Future Home Standard in 2025, which is not yet defined, so we don't have a lot of detail about that, but the expectation is that that will be a heat pump-led solution.
Councillor Humphreys. Oh, you want to come back?
Could I come back with one other similar question? Councillor Mann, I think, was concerned about people needing to retrofit their houses and about the design, basically, of the heat-emitting devices, the radiators and underfloor heating, and their ability to deal with the lower flow temperatures from carbon-free heating sources, air source or ground source or whatever, heat pumps. Do you intend to fit the houses with heat emitters, which will ensure we can move to low carbon heat sources without extensive rework, or not?
Yeah, so that is a requirement of the Part L 21 regulations, that the heating system should be designed for a lower flow temperature that's suitable for heat pumps. So that will be part of those, and homes will be adaptable, therefore, to go to heat pumps in the future.
Thank you. So the 2013 ones won't?
Sorry?
The ones you built to 2013 standards will not be readily adaptable?
That's something we'll have to have a look at.
Councillor Humphreys.
Mr Chair, thank you. So I've listened to all of this, and COP27 is sitting at the moment, and we're all looking for our leaders to make decisions to save the world. And all of us are demanding this, and we're demanding that, and we're demanding the rest. But actually, we've all got a part to play. Every single one of us, including you as developers. As you've said, there are developers that are going 100%. You're telling me it's a supply issue. Well, that's not a reason for not doing it. Right? It's a reason to work harder to actually deliver it. When we talk about cost...
We're not in debate.
No,
it's a question.
It will come to a question, but I wanted to make that point. I could do it in debate, right, and I probably will again. My question is this. What is the real reason you're not doing it? What is the real reason that you're not looking forward to next regulations and trying to save the planet? And why are you not trying to save people money? So these are questions. And the other thing, you talked about lots of figures. You started waffling on about electricity prices, subsidies and everything else. The truth of it is this. The electricity and gas prices are slightly inflated at the moment due to a war. All wars come to an end. When that end of the war comes, those prices will adjust. So it's not about the price of electricity for the consumer. It's exactly what Councillor Mears said. It's about the cost of replacing...
I have to bring you to the question,
yeah,
really.
of replacing
Please,
boilers.
No views.
So my fundamental question is this. Why are you not doing the right thing?
So thank you very much for your question. I think it's very helpful for us to go back to when we were here at the last planning committee and what we were asked to do. We came here and we presented information based upon what the policy requirements are. And at that point in time, we went above policy requirements. We then asked by the committee to go back and see whether we could come up with a better scheme in terms of energy. And we were given a reference to the blower home scheme, which was only permitted in the summer this year. That scheme in particular had a combination of PV and gas. So we went away, we looked at the schemes, we looked at what was done in the local vicinity and that was permitted by this very committee. We changed our entire energy strategy and we came back to something which was above policy requirement, that is something that is good for the environment and something that the committee requested. So it seems a bit perverse, if I might say so, that we're asked now to again go and change the goalpost every time we come back to the committee. We are doing what the committee has asked.
I'm really sorry, but you're absolutely not doing what the committee asked. You were here, we asked you to go away and look at air source heat pumps throughout. You've come back and said you're not doing it. I've got two questions. Which is cheaper to build, gas or electric or ground source heat pumps, air source heat pumps? Which is cheaper? And how much cheaper is gas? Because that's the obvious answer. Secondly, if you had to build an electricity substation, who would pay for it? You or Power Networks? And is that why there's no extra substation going in? We've got to get to the bottom of this. You've got to be truthful. You're not telling us the truth. It doesn't make sense to an average person as to why you're building half an estate with gas that's an old technology when we are wanting residents to have a future and a better life in a future technology. And you're just not giving us the real answers. You're just giving us regulation after regulation. We're not happy. You can tell that by the committee. So can you answer with actual facts? Why are you not building gas? Is it cheaper?
You want to answer that question?
Well,
The answer is yes, I think.
Well, no, I'll come back on the I think I asked about the cost point because I don't know as a town planner. It's not my field. The air source heat pumps. The issue with there was about improving upon building standards. That's what we were actually asked to do. It was about whether Crest. I think the actual request was whether Crest could provide the ability to purchase PV panels from occupiers, so that would be a choice when they choose to put their money down on the home, and to whether we could exceed building regulations, building standards. When we looked at that energy mix, we actually realised that PV panels on every dwelling was actually better than air source heat pumps, which were provided before. It actually exceeds the building regulations across the entire development, throughout the development, rather than just at the later time. And we also didn't have the noise issue, which was something that came up with the air source heat pumps when that was proposed. We were also asked to undertake a noise assessment on that side of things, which was actually raised today. And of course, we're now talking about removing PD rights for occupiers, so they can't retrofit it without planning consent for air source heat pumps. There's clearly another issue around ASHP.
We've heard all this. You've told us this already. So would you have to build the substation, yes or no?
A substation would have to be put in. I assume that would have to be Crest. Yes.
Crest Nicholson would have to pay for a substation, which would have to be built if the whole place was ground source heat pumps, so air source heat pumps. So now we've got to the root of the problem. That is the reason why, because the substation presumably would have to be built.
Well, I'll let Andrew answer. The actual reason is because we reviewed the energy strategy, and it was clearly better to provide PV to everyone. For the residents, and also for everyone to benefit from renewable technology, rather than just some occupiers. And again, this does go beyond building regs at the moment. It clearly meets local plan policy, and we actually felt it was a better approach.
Well, you've heard the reaction of the committee. Let's move on to questions.
It's a very visible benefit as well.
We'll go to Councillor Mayor next.
Yeah, just, you say you're going to put PV panels on houses where it's appropriate. How many houses in the development will it be inappropriate to put PV panels on?
So I'll see whether there's an update on that. Our approach is 100%. The caveat of where practical came from the Bloor Homes development, where that was the requirement on them. So we've used the same language there, but the intention is to endeavour to meet it on every property. We need to do an assessment about which ones would be impractical. Realistically, that would probably be those with the most complex roof shapes, or those that only have suitable roofs that would face north. Even then, I think you could probably get something out of them. But that practical part came from the language from the decision on the Bloor Homes application. That one ended up with about 50% of all the homes, but we are proposing 100%, but with the same language of unless it's impractical is probably a better way to put it.
Okay. Talk about that. Another one, the road surfaces. Will they be built to adoptable standards, and will they be offered for adoption to the County Council?
I'll let Ray answer that.
Good morning. Raymond Long, Associate Richard Jackson Limited. The answer is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Field reminded me of something that struck me when I was reading the papers. Are the, in terms of the lower flow temperatures of the air source heat pump approach, are all the properties going to have underfloor heating? Because I think that's part and parcel of the air source heat pump approach, but will that be done anyway with the gas or whatever the heating is?
There won't be underfloor heating. The radiators will be designed and sized to the appropriate size so they can accommodate that lower flow temperature. Typically, where you have underfloor heating, you have underfloor on the ground floor and then rads on the first floor. That does tend to mean that the heat from the heat pump needs to be blended down to accommodate the lower flow temp and the slightly higher temp, which actually means the heat pumps don't operate energy any more efficiently than having rads throughout. So it's something we have looked at previously, but I don't think there's a massive benefit. It can lead to increased cycling of the heat pump, so it means actually it doesn't last as long as well.
One other, Chair, if I may. When the officer was outlining the whole proposal, he described the south-facing slope of the land as a constraint. I always see it as an opportunity, but have you attempted to align and orient the properties to maximise the passive solar gain?
Thank you. The arrangement of the site is mostly orientated around the site itself, the A14, the access points, and the urban design. The passive solar gain, I think you can see actually the scheme does seem to lend itself quite well to that because of the way the site is orientated towards the southern corner. But no, it was mostly an urban design and to follow the design brief for the site and the SAAP.
Anyone else got questions? Councillor Mansell.
Back to the subject of PV panels. You're going to put them on all plots where they're reasonably practicable. How many? What's the sort of power output? Just saying we're going to put them on all plots mean you're going to get one? What is the offer?
Yep, it's the estimate is at least 2 panels per dwelling. The power output, I will ask Andrew to confirm that, but the estimate is at least 2 on each and every dwelling, and that's how the calculations have been worked out. Andrew, do you have anything to add to that?
Only said the panel output will be based on sort of what's available in the market at the time. That has been fluctuating quite a lot at the moment because of supply issues. So probably 400-watt panels, so sort of a 0.8 kilowatt system, which means that most of the energy would be used in the home rather than exported.
Councillor Field.
was just going to invite the gentleman to say that again, because I must admit I didn't hear what was actually said. And 2 panels, it seems to be a low quantity. Most dwellings will mount 8 or 16. I was going to also point out, ask the view, do your calculations on the benefits of such panels take into account the fact that certainly in my part of Suffolk it gets quite dark in the winter and it's quite sunny in the summer, and you use your heating during the winter when it's also cold, so the issue of the solar panels feeding your heating system don't occur. They tend to provide lots of power when you don't need it.
I'm not sure how to answer the question specifically. Obviously, yes, there is a difference between when the PV panels are most effective in generation and when the highest heating load is. But obviously, if you have a system that's sized appropriately for the home, then that means that the maximum possible can be used within the home rather than just being exported to the grid, where it's often actually just lost. So I appreciate that kind of a 2-panel system perhaps isn't the optimum. That was a response to, as I understood it, the comments that said all homes should benefit from PV, which is the comments that I've read. Obviously, it would be more efficient to have fewer larger systems, which is what is on the Bloor development, and what they've proposed. So if you have fewer larger systems, then you reduce the amount of kind of balance of system components and inverters and things, so you reduce the embodied carbon. But we were responding to the comments received to say all homes should benefit from PV, so that's the change that we made.
Sorry, so I'm going to have to follow that up. So what you've said is all houses will benefit from PV, so you're going to put the absolute minimum number of panels on, which is 2. That's what you've just said.
That's just what we've based the calculations on at the moment, to show the carbon savings that would be delivered through that approach.
It's a token.
Is what was requested, as my understanding.
It wasn't actually. Anyway, Councillor Mann.
Yeah, my memory isn't as good as it used to be, but I was at that committee meeting, and I believe what we asked for was the option for people to have access to PV panels, not that they should be on every house.
I would really suggest you go and listen to the tapes. They're publicly available. I think we need to move on, but we're going round and round in circles on the same thing. I haven't even got onto our other request around triple parking. Would you care to comment on why we still have triple parking on the site? You chose not to take that out.
So, thank you. So the triple parking, we discussed this with officers, and it's in accordance with standards. Triple parking is acceptable off of private drives, which is the only locations where we've got triple parking. To reassure the members a little further on the parking capacity, generally, we've increased the visitor parking, particularly around those plots where the shared services are present. So we've now got 9 additional visitor parking spaces, which is above requirements. The triple parking does accord with the parking standards, and we've actually reduced the triple parking bays on 2 properties anyway. So there seemed to be an overall benefit and appliance with the local plan.
It's the common theme again. You've done the minimum, but you could have done so much more if you'd wanted to. So you've done the minimum. Yes, you've ticked the box of meeting the minimum parking standards, but this committee asked if you could take away triple parking, so you've done the minimum, which seems to be this common theme. So yes, correct, you have met the standards.
Well, we've exceeded the standards on visitor parking.
Yeah. You could have done more. Which is what the committee asked. Anything else?
What's the point of planning policy for not following it?
Anything else? We'll now move on to the ward members. First of all, we have 2 ward members. Who would like to go first? He is? He's behind you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Carter. Yes, with this particular application, Stowmarket Town Council are still very unhappy of the lack of engagement between the developer and the Town Council, and the issues raised earlier by the Town Council and also in the late papers still apply and are still considered to be relevant despite the changes to the plans. Okay, yes, you have reduced some of the triple parking, but really it's not acceptable. I live on Cedars Park. It's awful, the parking. People don't use them. They park on the pavements. So it's nice to see you've got some more visitor parking spaces, but from my experience, and I walk past them every day, it's the people that have got more than 2 or 3 cars. They use all those. They can't be used by visitor parking. I'm not going to go into the issues already raised by fellow members, which I totally support and agree with regarding the heat source, air heat source pumps, etc. Another issue I do have concerns about is the proposed timber play equipment on the open space. I would urge the developer to reconsider and have steel play equipment. And the reason I say that is there's a small play area on Cedars Park at the bottom of Siskin Street and the top of Partridge Close with timber equipment. It's never used, it's fell into disrepair, and all the other areas on Cedars Park that have steel play equipment are well used by local children. Tree planting should be strengthened to offset the carbon footprint of developing the site. I am particularly concerned about the disturbance of the surface of the former chicken farm, which may release stored carbon into the atmosphere. I've also spoken to quite a lot of residents within the ward, and the main issues that they are concerned about is perhaps on the periphery of the actual planning, but they are concerned about the density of the housing proposed on this piece of land is excessive. Despite the proposed SIL payments towards the NHS, according to the response received in April 22 from the NHS between the 2 surgeries in Stowmarket, there are only 38 vacancies for new patients. At present, no local dentists are taking on new NHS patients. The nearest local primary schools on Cedars Park and in Stow Upland are currently full. The result is children will have to travel to other schools across the town, which will invariably mean they will be taken by car because there is insufficient public transport to move them by that, which will increase congestion across the town as well as increasing the amount of air pollution. And I can assure you, gentlemen, that that is particularly bad when the crossing gates are down and the trains are going past. I've witnessed it myself. So, although I welcome the funding for the proposed bus service, although not a planning consideration as such, I do support the idea mentioned in the papers of a local bus service linking all the estates in Stowmarket and Stow Upland. I also welcome proposals for the Toucan crossing, the emergency access to the site, that the existing public right-of-way is upgraded to a bridleway status, and the development of a 3-metre cycleway connecting with the Spine Road with the Ashes Farm development. So there are some positives in this, but I must concur with what Stowmarket Town Councillor said, and overall, unfortunately, I cannot support this application. Thank you, Chair.
If the other ward member wants to go next, then we'll take questions.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's wonderful to be back for this development, and what a time it's been. That's a time, 2 PMs, I think it's been just 2, 5-year turns or so, and we can see all this time of change in this development. We look at it and, well, that building's been changed and there's a picture of a road plan and some more writing, but anyway, I've been sat here as a ward councillor. I've also sat through the planning we had at Stowmarket Town Council, and it's doing a bare minimum on there as well. When the documentation that we have here, we had a pretty picture of red and blue houses and none of the information. That's just trying to engage the local community is not even tried. I can see some differences to this application from previously. It's obvious alignment with one of the residency area, but the objections made by the town council and concerns by the community team are still extremely valid and apt. In my opinion, the affordable housing is still at the least favourable parts of the development. And I share concerns with members regarding the housing density, and Councillor Mattison is right indeed that there are no bungalows in this application, and I will say most questions I have whenever someone is remotely in favour of a bleeding housing development is there going to be a bungalow? We need more bungalows, but I assume it's not in favour of this location. It's been wonderful sitting here, and members have already picked up on the lack of, well, changing to solar, but it's the sadness of loss of HPs, reducing heating for every property, negating the need for costly implementation of gas infrastructure, which we are due to be phasing out. There's been some argument about the amount of carbon. I will say, with figures I've read, that indeed if gas is left on constantly, the carbon figures are lower. But if you're turning on and off your heating, it's going to raise up the gas carbon burn, and it'd be more costly to residents. And with it being phased out, again, the residents will have to fork out for changing. And I would say it's perverse for developers to say renewable for everyone when it's especially questionable how effective these 2 solar panels will be when not every property is aligned correctly to make best usage of the sun. And if promised to provide solar for all the properties where possible, then all properties should be aligned and made properly for the best benefit. And as with Councillor Muller, the play area remains a great concern to me. Now, in town and Stow-Thorney, there are already many examples of small, ill-maintained and poorly placed play equipment which see little to no usage of. Now, this poorly placed pocket park, with play provision cited at the top, intends to go one step further. The current placement backs onto the A14. Regardless of the wall place, noise and air pollution in this area will be of its highest. And especially during the winter, when leaf density will be low. For children with their smaller, undeveloped lung capacities, being of greater risk to air contaminants, and for those with breathing difficulties such as asthma or sensory issues where the noise of the road will be the greatest issue, the placement of such play provision at this area may make it unattainable to them. So there's many things regarding this development which are questionable, many things that I can't, well, I'd move not to be in favour of. So it could be doing so much more, and it could actually engage with the residents, engage with the town, engage with communities which have been trying to reach out to try and betterment this thing, this development, and make it actually suitable instead of doing just a bare minimum. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. I've just got one question. Did Crest Nicholson come to a town council meeting to present the application at all?
They previously did once. Didn't listen to any of the comments made. Didn't actually answer to any further questions for engagement.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions from board members? Right, so we'll move on.
I think Chair, hour and 3/4 or something.
Well, can we go into debate and then break after the debate? Because I think we're in the flow. I think it's important. Yeah, well, can you go for another 15, 20 minutes, half an hour?
I'd sooner distract from the debate.
I don't want to distract you, John. Okay, we'll take a quick 5-minute break, but can I just remind everyone not to discuss the application at all during the break, please? Go. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. So thank you. So we're now on to really opening up for debate discussion around the application before us. But just before we do that, Philip, you just got something you'd like to bring up.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I just wondered if I could ask the applicants whether they have given any consideration to the debate that's taken place thus far, and whether they've got anything that they can contribute in terms of the potential for a condition to manage what they're offering, Chairman. So if, with your permission.
Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, absolutely, we've been listening to the debate in detail, and while we felt we had met what members were principally asking for, and we've got the data to show that, what we've just been discussing with Crest Nicholson, the approach is still gas plus PV across the entire site, but we can also offer air source heat pumps as a purchase option, which was the request by members, as a purchase option for the first occupiers, instead of a gas connection. So they could choose to have the air source heat pumps instead of the gas connection. And that was the request. We would stick with the PV across the site and offer that as an option. That's a condition which has, if we can agree this as a planning condition, that we have had on Henley Gate, which is in the Ipswich area, the garden suburb for there. So we are able to implement this as a proposal.
Just to be clear, gas is the option, but people have the option of purchasing in to converting now rather than doing it at a later date at their cost?
No, the other way. So the other way around. The standard is gas plus PV across the site as per the energy strategy. But the first occupiers, the first purchasers, would have the option to buy air source heat pumps instead of the gas connection, which doesn't make any difference to the homes themselves. It's literally just the way it's connected. The retrofit is actually quite straightforward these days, but it would be as a purchase option. Yeah.
So they would have to pay for that as an extra. So
the air source heat pump would be an extra, but the PV panels are still proposed as a standard across the entire site.
Okay, well, thank you for coming back to that. Appreciate that. Okay, so we're going to debate. So first up is Councillor Humphreys.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Compromise is always a great thing, isn't it? Thank you for that already. So in principle, I support the development of this site. It's been a long time coming, in fairness. So there's certain parts that I like. I like the Toucan crossing, I like the open space, I like the tree planting scheme, and the connection side of it, including the cycle paths. So all that's good. The access is the access, and as we've heard, we can't change that. It is what it is. It would have been great if it had been a roundabout. Life's not like that, is it? So unfortunately, it's the way we are. I'd also like the ideas that it's PV throughout. I think it's a great idea. I'm not an expert on it. I've got my views, as you've probably heard, but I'm not an expert, so I don't know if 2's enough or 3's enough or 4's enough, but that's not my decision. I do know, actually, that it doesn't always matter about the orientation of the house. You still get PV working in different orientations. Obviously, it's not as good. In south, it's better in southwest, but it is what it is. It would have been great if you'd gone 100% on the air-sourced heat pumps, but I understand business, and I understand everything else about it. But I think it's nice that you've compromised and you're allowing those first buyers to change it if they wish to, which is fine. And someone's got to pay, in fairness. We all pay in the end, don't we? So it is what it is. So, although the regulations, 2013, I'm a forward-looking guy. I think, do you know, if the regulation is going to change, I've got a business. Some regulations in my area are changing. Next year, I'm already implementing that change. But that's simple for me because it's just penned. For you guys, it's a lot difficult because you've got supply. So that is a different issue. It is what it is. They are the regulations right now. You're complying with those regulations. And in fairness, they're going a little bit above and beyond the current regulations. So as far as the reasons for refusal, you've got to be very, very careful because they are within the current regulations. They're doing nothing wrong. And in areas, they're going a bit further than they should. I'll let everybody else have a voice, obviously, but they're my views at the moment.
Thanks very much. Councillor Mansell.
I was expecting it to be Councillor Matheson before me. Yeah, I listened to the applicant's concession that they've just come up with, and it's a concession. I'm not convinced it's quite enough. But anyway, first thing I wanted to say was I'm still a bit concerned about the 3-storey apartment block. Okay, it's had its wing pointing the other way, but there is still a bedroom window on the 3rd floor, which is going to be above the acoustic fence and sort of facing the A14. So I'm not convinced that anyone living there would want to have their windows open at night. But I think it's probably about 1 bedroom on that top floor apartment closest to the road. But okay, they've turned that round, and that hasn't been mentioned yet. The thing I did want to say was we obviously didn't make our intentions clear at the last committee meeting, because I thought we were sort of asking for more air source heat pump with the option of solar panels, PV panels, and we haven't got that at all. So was it that we didn't make ourselves clear, or have we been completely misinterpreted? I do, you know, I just don't, I'm just not convinced by, it's just a concession, isn't it, really? Let's put a PV panel on every roof just to keep those councillors shutting up. And as I understood it, I know I don't use air source heat pumps myself. I don't know that much about them, but my logic tells me that air source heat pumps use electricity in order to generate in order to get going. They're like the back of a fridge. So therefore, adding PV panels when you've got an air source heat pump seems like the obvious thing to do, because the air source heat pump only requires a small amount of electricity, whereas heating by electricity uses vast amounts of electricity. So the fact that we've got one or the other here, it was sort of, oh, we're taking away the air source heat pumps, but we're going to give them PV panels. PV panels cannot be used for heating on their own. That would take far too much electrical power. So, okay, we're now going to allow purchasers to option air source heat pumps. So I probably need to have a bit of a rethink about whether I want to support this or not. Before that concession came in, I wasn't really prepared to support it. But on the plus side, I think extending the bike path on the offside of Stowmarket Road is great, because at the moment that's just a grassy verge. So I think that is an improvement. Having a toucan crossing on Stowmarket Road is great. I like the cycle permeability between that and the other estate, but I do still have my concerns about this heating. But I'll listen to what other people are going to say. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yeah. Now, I wasn't here to take part in the deferral last time, but of course I've been speaking about for years now about other you know, large scale applications like this one. And yet what we're trying to say to developers, you know, is you know, someone came up with the phrase fabric first. We thought, yep, they're right. The first thing is to get the fabric right. Although actually, I would say that one before that is to look at the orientation, because if you've got a flat piece of ground, well, you could get some benefit from doing it right. But once you start getting on these south-facing slopes, you've got a huge opportunity. And my friendly constituent architect with a master's in sustainability and stuff, you know, he says you can get 20% of a reduction of energy demand by getting the orientation right. And that's before you even start talking about what technology you're going to use. And so that's the first thing. And the fabric first is the second thing, because they're the things that you are built in. They are the bricks and the blocks and all the rest of it. Before you then say, right, now how shall we heat it? And then you get to the issue that the air source heat pump as I understand it, although maybe we're hearing not so much, that requires a particular build in order to install it, and that's why retrofitting air source heat pumps to existing houses is difficult and expensive. And Councillor Field has pointed to some of the problems about that. So that, and then having decided about that, you then say, well, can we bolt on some extra technology? And I remember the developers coming and rubbishing sort of domestic wind turbines, rightly so, as a sort of a bolt-on extra kind of thing, rather than tackling the fundamentals, which is the fabric first. So that's what I would imagine the committee were asking you to think through last time. So I'm not very happy at all with where we've got to so far with that. People can relatively easily put on PV panels in 5 years' time when they're even cheaper than they are now. But it is more difficult to put in air source heat pumps retrospectively, and so I think this close to the wire, still putting in these gas boilers, it just is not the right answer. Now, whether officers are able to conjure up the conditions and things which would allow the committee to get what it wants, I don't know, but I surely would hope that they can, because as the chair has said, we are going to be looking later on at an application where another developer has said, okay, well, we give in air source heat pumps the whole estate, even though the gas is available, which is the situation here as well. So I'm not very keen. I do have residual sympathy with the arguments that the town council has put forward about the sort of the generality of it, and whether the access shouldn't be off the roundabout that's already there, which is something that sounds as if it's still achievable from what Mr. Isbell has said a lot earlier, as to whether we ought to keep that possibility open if it has sufficient advantage. But I don't know whether I can't judge whether it does or it doesn't. I think we've got an officer here from Highways who might give us a steer on that. But I think that the access is probably the minor issue compared to getting the energy system right. Thank you.
Let's go around the rest of the committee then. If we need to bring in officers, we can. Councillor Eburn, you were next.
Thank you very much, Chair. First up, I'm concerned about the lack of community engagement that there's been on this site. I know it's been in the Stowmarket Area Action Plan on the cards for kind of probably over 10 years now, but just because it's in that doesn't mean there shouldn't be constant and regular community engagement. So I'm disappointed that hasn't been the case, and I hope that the developer will take a different approach if they've got any other developments in our area. On particular issues with the application, the one thing that a few things I'd like to kind of pick up on are that there's still this gap in the cycle access between the southern end of the site and the station. And I appreciate that Highways have made the comments saying there isn't enough space to put in a cycle route, but I just wonder whether there could be potentially an informative, if this is to get approved, for people to reconsider and have a look at that route and just see how we can get people safely to the station, particularly from this site. I'm concerned that the planned bus route, I think is a great idea, but I'm concerned it's going to take several years for it to come to fruition, and I would like to see some mechanism somehow for us to kind of keep on that to make sure that actually does happen. And I think I mentioned in questioning about the construction management plan and ensuring that that caters for the safety of pedestrians and cyclists along Stowmarket Road. Just with regard to the issue of heating of these homes, the applicant has referred to a previous committee and a previous application. I remember that, and if the applicant had listened to the debate or watched it on YouTube, you'd have heard the phrase "not good enough" from, I think, just about every single member on the committee, and it was passed, but several members voted against it. And the key issue was about what building regulations they were following and whether they were putting enough air source heat pumps in, etc., etc. And I just feel that, you know, Crest Nicholson is a national developer, and it seems that they've come back to us under duress to kind of, with the options, you know, where, you know, so there's clearly their national approach is not to address issues of sustainability or not to kind of look to the future or not to make things easier for their residents of these homes, the new residents of these homes in 5-10 years' time when they're going to have to retrofit their homes. So I find that kind of whole attitude a bit sad, really, and it's just such a shame that that is the case. And I would have thought that a developer of this size would have taken more care, really. So I am very disappointed in that approach. As I say, yeah, overall, you know, I see the changes. Some changes have been made, and you know, my current issue is that I think that the outstanding issues probably aren't enough to warrant refusal, but I'm just not very happy, and to use the phrase I used back in the committee meeting of the application you keep quoting, it's just not good enough. So, you know, major house builders should be doing better. But I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Councillor Field, you were next.
Thank you. Trying to avoid saying everything again. I think, to me, many of the points have been made. And this application, this site has been destined for development for quite a long time, and much, as we've heard, is quite good. The thing that really concerns me is the committee has for a long time wished to improve the environmental standards of building to get towards the sort of standards that the Scandinavians have been achieving for 30 years. And we were rather hoping that the new versions of the building regulations would lead us that way. We've endlessly been told there were constraints otherwise on our powers, but asking builders to willingly comply with the government's latest guidelines does not seem to be a bad thing to be doing. And it is therefore concerned to find major developers seeking to stick as long as they possibly can to the 2013 regulations. You know, it's 2022 now. The 2021 regs have been out for a considerable period. They're even in force now, as I understand, perhaps not totally in force until next year. But to be continuing to build houses to an inadequate standard to save what amounts to minor construction costs seems pointless. It seems to risk the environment and seems to risk the future prosperity perhaps of the occupants. So I personally would be happy to see us approving something that met 2021 regulations and that incorporated low carbon heat sources. And it's just difficult to see why that is such a problem. I recognise that providing the occupants the ability to pay extra for the ability to not retrofit their house in a few years' time is a move forward, that's quite clear. My concern perhaps would be that when a major builder, a national company, buys 250 air pumps for this installation, it will get that at a much better price than some poor devil will when he buys one to refit his house, or even the price that he pays up front will be dramatically more. So I'm not happy particularly with this at the moment. I shall spend a bit longer thinking whether we should approve it or not. Thank you.
Philip, you want to come in?
Thank you, Chairman. Not sure whether this is the right time. There's probably never a good time for me to chip in on these things. I wanted to pick up on a couple of points just to hopefully assist debate as we go about the design aspects of it. Perhaps we can start. Councillor Eben talked about the cycling links to this, and I don't know, Brad, could we get the plan up which gives us something of the town so we can just get a sense of perspective? I don't know if I could pull Catherine into this conversation as well. As members will be aware here, we had a look at Ashes Farm and creating a route which would lead into Stowmarket through Ashes Farm and across the Minor Road connection to the north of the station. Catherine, can I just pull you in on how the other connections work?
Yes, thank you, Phil. So, yes, in an ideal world, there would be a more direct route from the site to the station, but as Highways have said, there are limitations there on the physical space required to fit in a cycle route. We can see that there are two alternatives, but they aren't as direct. In the District Council's local cycling and walking infrastructure plan, we have identified a desire line that sort of cuts across the site that we're looking at today, which is actually part of a wider connectivity ambition between Stowmarket and Old Newton. But in terms of being able to advocate for, you know, Highways to review and closer look at a potential for a more direct link to the station area, if there were people living there, we can adjust the sort of the way our LC whip schemes were prioritised, because, you know, we'd have a higher population number to justify, you know, further investigation into that, into getting a better, more direct route there.
Thank you, Chairman. If I can keep going whilst I've got the momentum. There was a follow-on point around the scale of the three-storey flat building and privacy as well. So perhaps, Brad, if we can go to what the design brief talked about. And I'm conscious, the design brief, if we can get to that plan. I mean, as I think has been discussed earlier, the salmon peach coloured rather than the sand coloured areas, the salmon peach ones are on this shown as being higher density rather than lower density. So there is obviously, you know, a measure of difference, but this is a concept plan rather than an absolute. So clearly there was some anticipation of higher density, which inevitably is possibly going to mean taller buildings, and you know, the end result with that plan from memory was that the concept, and this may go back to Councillor Field's point at the outset, the concept was to, I think, allow across zones 2 and 3 for of the order of 272 dwellings, and I think this is an application for 258. So, you know, there was a recognition that density would have to go up against the allocation. So, to that degree, we're not completely consistent with the concept plan in the location of that building, but nonetheless, it is a building which serves a purpose. And then in terms of that privacy question, Brad, if we can go back to the layout plan, and if you can just highlight where we've got the three-storey building there, and then we've got some dwellings on the other side of the roundabout. In terms of technical standards, the Suffolk Design Guide, which some of you will recall of vintage, required, and this is a fairly standard figure from most design guides of the era, 35 metres as separation distance by privacy. I'm told that we are probably of the order of about 80 metres separation here, and certainly we are in excess of 35 metres separation at the front of these buildings over the roundabout. And there are dwellings to the east of the roundabout which are underneath the kind of banner on the right side of this slide, so you haven't got that full picture. But literally the dimension from north to south across there is of the order of about 80 metres, and well in excess of 35 metres. So there may be a perception of privacy loss. I think the reality is that most standards would probably acknowledge that privacy diminishes once you reach that 35-metre point. So I think that's perhaps more perception than reality. So in broad terms, albeit that this is not a low-density scheme, I think there are reasons why it is the way it is. The design brief has been in the public domain for some considerable period of time, and albeit that we do not have a perfect active travel solution here, I think together with your work on Ash's Farm, we have something which contributes to the options for people looking to cycle into Stowmarket. And I think for the moment, I'll leave it there, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll go next. Oh, do you want to go first and I'll come after you?
Thanks, Chair. I was in the original committee, and we picked up the 4 points we asked the applicants to look at. The street story unit, I think some useful work's been done there, and I think that has improved, so thank you for that. Triple parking still remains, it's always disappointing, and we've got additional visitor spaces. Possibly need a name change there, because most of these estates, the visitor spaces are taken up by the residents anyway. So disappointing, but we move forward. Toucan Crossing is in the right place. So for me, it comes back to the air source heat pumps and the problems there. I'm not sure we've achieved too much. In the original offering, 30% of the houses would have had air source heat pumps. There would have been a choice for the residents, which is, I think, what we need at this stage. Now, they can have air source heat pumps, but they pay for the costs. That's going to be more expensive for them, I would have thought. If you're buying 30% of the house worth of air source heat pumps, that you can get the order in early with long lead-in times, you've got buying power there. If I march in and want to buy a house and want an air source heat pump, it's got to be done, I would have thought, on a shorter time scale, in smaller numbers, so the costs are going to go up. PV panels, that is a positive, but whether the balance outweighs the change, I don't know. And forgive me if I'm wrong, but I believe we still haven't had a final comment from the sustainability officer. If this is the crux of the issue, should we be making a decision without that officer having the ability or the opportunity to finally comment? We certainly wouldn't move forward if we hadn't had Highways comment on a scheme. I don't want to kick it into the long grass, but I don't feel that I'm equipped to make the decision on whether the balance of the sustainability issues is enough to turn this down without professional advice.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, I had my comments, then we'll bring, I know Councillor Humphreys wants to come back again. So I think I just want to echo the comments that I've heard from Councillor Ebo and Councillor Mayor and others. You know, Crest Nicholson is a large national house builder. And it's really disappointing that someone of that size has chosen not to engage with the local community, not to engage with the town council. We were really clear in our last meeting what we wanted. None of us had any doubt. You only need to look at previous cases that have come before us, this committee, you know, and we want what's best for our residents and for Mid-Suffolk. And what's before us is not what's best for Mid-Suffolk or our residents. It's what's best for Crest Nicholson, no doubt, but not best for our residents. Now, that poses a dilemma, because we here have to make a decision based on planning reasons. And what we try and do is reach a position where we can work together for what's best for Mid-Suffolk. In this case, we haven't got what's best for Mid-Suffolk, but we've got limited reasons to turn it down on planning reasons, which is the only reasons we can turn something down. On triple parking, same again, yes, congratulations, you are just over the limit, you have achieved more than you need to, but actually most developers come in here and get rid of all their triple parking, and that's what we're kind of used to. So yes, you have done a bit more than you need to, you meet the criteria, you've ticked the box, but again, it's not right for our residents, it doesn't work. I've been to your estates, we've been to other estates, people park on pavements. It's the nature of the beast. So yes, you know, again, we can't turn that down on planning reasons, but again, it's an issue. On many of the other things, we have now got to a position where I think we're all pretty happy. And it's a real shame that we can't actually be supportive and say, well done, you've listened, we've adapted, we're flexible. So I don't want to support this at all, if I'm honest. I think it's poorly conceived. I think it's not right for our residents, and I don't think it's right that we approve this today. But on planning reasons, I'm really struggling to find reasons to turn it down, unless we can think of some reasons, but on planning reasons, we're struggling. So it's going to be one of those items that the committee's going to vote with a heavy heart, have to make a decision when we all know this is not what's best for Mid-Suffolk. And that is what is so disappointing to me today. So next up was Councillor Humphreys.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yeah, dilemma it is. So I'd just like to ask a question, please, Mr. Isbell. So the Sustainability Officer report, would that change anything if we had it?
Councillor Humphreys, I think I described earlier that you could issue a delegation that, subject to the full receipt of the SAP calculations, which is what the Sustainability Officer wants, and to the satisfaction of the Planning Authority for all the permutations of heating appliance and provision of photovoltaic to be given to us, we can make that a conditional requirement prior to actually granting a planning permission and proceeding with this. And if we don't get that to a satisfactory extent, we will bring the application back to you for further instructions. But from my perspective, you can seek to achieve that through a delegation that we will then go to CREST to get the information which is unclear, absent, confusing, that the Sustainability Officer does not have, and to use that to ensure that we secure the optimum arrangement, which I think is what he talks of for carbon reduction. And clearly that would seem to me to be the first stage of a delegation. I don't know, in a planning sense, because there is not a specific policy around the particular content that you have, ASS, heat pumps, PV, whatever. I think that gives you, as a committee, the information that this can be managed, with the information to be provided, and then that to be required by conditions so that the scheme is delivered in that way. And only once that is done does the planning permission get issued. Now, there's all sorts of other things that would have to happen, as you know, but that way you have confidence that that information is before the planning authority, and that if it is not in a satisfactory format, the application comes back before you for further dissemination.
Thank you. It's clear and it does help, definitely. It's a dilemma, and the chairman made a really valid point, and the only important point, I think, that matters, can you refuse or accept this under planning regulations? Unfortunately, the planning regulations are the regulations. We've all got desires, we've all got wants, we've all got needs. We all see the future, we want to save the planet. But unfortunately, and I agree with you, such a large company, I think you could do more personally. I really do. And maybe you need to think about the future, but that's outside of this. You're a business, you run the business in accordance with the regulations for all the reasons that you run the business. I get that. But that's not for us to say yes or no, or it's bad or it's good. And we all have our own opinions. So we have to look at this under planning regulations, the current planning regulations, because that's all we have to do. And just a further question on that, please, Mr. Isbell. So 2013 regulations is what this is under, so it's completely legal. The 2021 regulations that Councillor Field spoke about, where does that sit in all of this?
I'm not in a position to answer your question, Chairman. I can't give you an answer to that.
So that gives me a bigger dilemma now, because I'm really not sure whether it fits in with the regulations fully or not, and I'd need some advice on that, I think, before I am going to move to a recommendation, I think, because we need to get this going. But I need that information, otherwise surely I can't really be sure what I'm really voting on.
So, Chairman, if I can clarify, I mean, without checking with building control colleagues as to what requirements will apply to what parts of this development and what rights to follow what standards apply, I'm not going to try and give information to the committee which is not accurate. There is something there, that, if you wish to instruct me to ensure that as part of the delegation, that's possible.
The regulations have very clear transition arrangements in place, so every home that commences construction post 15th of June of next year will have to be to Part L21, regardless of anything that's agreed.
So, with that in mind, I would like to move this along, and I'd like to propose approval of the regulation with some conditions added, please. And that's that 2 delegation points. I'd like you to sort of, if you could, think about how you're going to word that. And also the condition about the inclusion of the air-sourced heat pumps for the initial build. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder for that at this stage? No. Okay. Do we want to keep going to further debate? Yes, Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yes. Perhaps if I could just re-ask the question about whether you can get an M43 into the ground floor flat, as that was a question that we were going to come back to. And apart from that, I have been pinning all my hopes from the beginning on Mr. Isbell coming up with a condition to delegate to make sure we were getting what we wanted, if we can. But I would add to that that plea for such a delegation to be drafted, that we bring it back to this committee to sign it off, so we know what we're getting, and that we can get that in the public domain very plainly on the YouTube. I'm not keen enough to want to second this, but I'd certainly like to hear if Mr. Isbell thinks he can construct what he's offered earlier.
What we're asking you to do is to magic something up that will enable air source heat pumps to be throughout, but I'm not sure we can do that.
I'll try and pull rabbits. I can offer you some words on a possible delegation, and I can do that in a second. The part M43, I need to be clear what you were looking to achieve, because there was a related point, I think, Councillor Matheson, you talked about surface water drainage in construction as well as an added condition.
Sorry, the first bit?
So the part M43 expectation that you would want us to go away and secure as an amendment to the design, if you want to do that as a delegation, that seems to me that's something you can instruct us to take away. The question then becomes a question of what Crest can actually deliver, and if they're unable to deliver it when we come back and deal with this, but if they do achieve that, then that becomes a question of, are you content that that is decided outside this room? So what is it that you want to achieve there would be my first question. And yes, I have a form of words for the rest of this, but I wanted to understand what committee really were driving it. And I think I understand where Councillor Humphreys is minded to go. I've tried to explain what I thought were possible, but I wanted to follow up around that. And whilst we were at it and talking about what might be included, you talked earlier in the debate about surface water drainage issues during construction, and I'm presuming you want us to add a condition in relation to surface water drainage details during that construction phase.
Yes, yeah, the last point first. Yes, absolutely. To put a condition which I was hoping were becoming a standard offering on everything, that we put that surface water condition on. If the agent can't confirm that they can do an M43, then I'd be happy to leave that to you to haggle with them as best you can, not bring it back to committee or anything, and then we'll move on to the big point.
Chairman, if I can have 1 minute just to play with the words and then come back to committee.
Mr. Field, then.
Could we perhaps ask Chris Nicholson again to just expand on the asking them to speak in their own defence or whatever. The issue with the 2021 regulations, you're saying they come into force in June. Well, they're in force now. They have to be implemented in anything that's produced from June. Where does the need for low carbon heat sit in that? Those regulations improve insulation to a useful but relatively small amount. when does the low carbon heat requirement, you know, basically I suppose at the moment air source heat pumps cut in?
I think I can probably answer that question. So the sort of fabric first approach is governed by one aspect of Part L of the regulations, which is the fabric energy efficiency requirement. That has been uplifted going from the 2013 regulations to the 2021 regulations. In practice, the CREST specification, fabric specification, won't be changed particularly between the two regulations. We already exceed the current regulations by sort of 10 to 15% per house type. So the move to 21 doesn't mean a wholesale change in building specification in that respect. The low carbon heating aspect and meeting the carbon targets, there's no requirement for low carbon heating. All you have to do is meet two other compliance metrics, which are a carbon compliance target and a primary energy compliance target, and you're free to do that through whatever means is most appropriate or preferred for that development, whether that's gas or heat pumps or direct electric heating or whatever you want to do, as long as you can meet those targets.
Okay, thank you.
June next year.
So that's a feature of the current and the future regulations.
Okay, I want to, Councillor. Next up is Councillor Mansell.
I just wanted to question, because it looks as if we're heading towards something that might be some sort of approval, whether there should be any consideration to Councillor Muller's comment about the wooden play equipment, whether that could be changed at this stage. Thank you.
I think the answer is yes. That's something we can take away, and I'll add that. Would you like me to read out what I've got so far, Chairman? So I think where I've got to as a recommendation to you is delegate to the Chief Planning Officer that, subject to the receipt of full SAP calculations to the satisfaction of the local planning authority for all the permutations of heating appliance and provision of photovoltaics, so that absolute reduction, so that absolute numbers relating to the CO2 emissions can be compared, and to secure the optimum arrangement for carbon reduction across the scheme is in place. That's the first point. B, to seek design amendments of the ground floor flats in the flat block to be constructed to Part M43, which I realise is not picking up Councillor Humphrey's point, but picks up Councillor Matheson's point, to that M43 standard to the satisfaction of the Chief Planning Officer, to require, by condition, that the first purchaser be offered the option to purchase air source heat pumps and that the PV content remain as proposed, and to add a condition to require surface water drainage details in relation to the construction phase. I need to add a further condition related to play equipment remind me, Councillor Mansell.
I think it was in the that patch of open space sort of in the northern middle of the site. There's a play area. I think it was down to be made of wood, and there was a request that maybe that could be reconsidered.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Just quickly, Chair, if I can just, if there's any conditions, just to make sure that that construction management includes the pedestrian and cycleway care for within this construction management plan. Just to make sure that when on Stowmarket Road, because the pedestrians go across the access for that the construction traffic will be going through. So just to highlight that within the construction management plan and have some mitigation for cyclists and pedestrians to not get hit by a tipper truck. And I think, Chair, if I may, I think we're getting slightly kind of focused on the building regs, where actually the thing that I'm concerned about is what residents will have to do when government says we're not having gas boilers anymore, or when they're phasing those out and you can't get, there'll be less people servicing them and all the rest of it, and people have to pay to put new ones in. I think that's the, that's thinking the future of what our residents will have to deal with, and I think that's an important point. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so I'm looking for a seconder. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Mayor, happy to second.
Yes, Sad, I think it's the best we're going to get. So, yeah, under some duration, I will.
So I am going to go to the vote based on it proposed by Councillor Humphreys, seconded by Councillor Mayor. Can we just run through the extra points? You don't need to read through the whole thing, but just, I think, the highlights as we've just covered it off.
Thank you, Chairman. So firstly, delegate to the Chief Planning Officer to secure full SAP calculations to ensure that we satisfy your Sustainability Officer and secure optimum arrangements for carbon reduction across the scheme. Seek design amendments of the ground floor flats in the flat block to Part M43 standard to my satisfaction as a matter of negotiation, to require that the first purchaser be offered the option to purchase the air source heat pump opportunity, to add a condition requiring surface water drainage details to be agreed in relation to construction, to agree details around play equipment as part of the delivery of those areas, the construction management plan to include measures to safeguard cyclists using cycle routes throughout the development. And I think that's, I'm not sure if I caught that all, Chairman. Was there anything else that... Okay. And that subject to that, Chairman, there is a Section 106 obligation which I think needs to be removed. It's a double counting point in relation to traffic regulation order. So we need to take that out of the recommendation, but subject to that, the rest of the recommendation stands. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah. Am I right in saying when air source heat pumps were in the scheme, there was a requirement for a noise assessment? Where will we stand in the future if residents want to install heat pumps? Will they need planning permission, given that some of the site will have heat pumps from the get-go?
So, Chairman, if they're buying it and it's not yet been occupied as a dwelling, it doesn't yet benefit from permitted development rights. So, at the point of purchase, so you buy and you purchase, it will be something that will need to be a design submission. And arguably, if it sits under a condition, then that can be managed through condition with noise submissions that go hand in hand with that for those units that have it. Permitted development rights would only apply once you move into the house, essentially.
And then later you need to convert to air source. That's not a problem with moving an air source heat pump under permitted development rights and the noise it creates.
Well, effectively under permitted development rights, we as a planning authority have no role in that. There are conditions attached to permitted development rights that manage those impacts. At this point, if you add an air source heat pump to a dwelling which is not yet occupied, it doesn't benefit from permitted development rights. We would effectively look to have that as a submission under the conditions so that for each unit that has one, and we can add this as an element to the condition, that each unit that has an air source heat pump, we have that information provided as part of that as a condition, Chairman.
Sorry, I'm confused. So if I purchase a house with a gas boiler and 5 years later I want to install an air source heat pump, I will need to go for planning permission?
No. If you purchase a house and it comes with a gas boiler and you subsequently change it, you may be able to exercise permitted development rights if you comply with the conditions in the regulations. At this point, in relation to what Crest are offering, if you want to include an air source heat pump and you want to purchase one, then that will need to be an element that we agree to a specification that we are comfortable does not cause a noise issue.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make the point that if the minutes can actually be very clear that we're not happy with this application, so that a future developer or somebody looking back at this decision thinks, oh yes, it's okay to do gas boilers throughout a site or whatever. But I just wanted to make that point, Chair, so we could be absolutely clear with what this committee is saying today.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress.
You're right, John.
Councillor Matheson, would you like me to take your vote?
I'm getting there. I have to re-sign it, password in and sign it.
Thank you, members. Chair, that's 4 votes for and 3 against, therefore that's carried.
Okay. I just want to just say something. I don't think we've ever had a committee meeting where the committee has been so hostile towards a developer. We are only doing it because we're interested in the best for our residents. And I think there was a very strong message today from this committee that while this meets the planning guidelines, we did not feel it really was as good as it can be. So it's nothing against you as individuals. We're just trying to get what we can for the best for our residents of Mid-Suffolk, and that is the purpose of this committee. So thank you for bearing with us today. I know it hasn't been easy for you, but I think there's a strong message there for both sides. Thank you. I plan to move straight on to the next item, the design brief item, and then break after the design brief for lunch, and then come back and do the next bit. That's the way I'm planning to do it. So if we can move people around as quickly as possible, please. Okay. We need. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. So we're now going to move on to the next item, which is before us. It's the DC 22-03093 in Claydon and Barham, and this is the draft design code. And I'm going to hand over to Jasmine, who's going to take us through the item today.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. I'm presenting a design code to you today relating to a development for 269 dwellings at land northwest of Church Lane, Barham. This is an unusual submission before members today in that it relates to the requirement of a Section 106 obligation. Ordinarily, this would be considered under delegated authority, but as the reserve matters is for quite a large-scale development, and it intrinsically links to those reserve matters, members are being presented with the submitted design code for transparency. So in terms of the local context, the site is shown by the red dot. As you can see, Claydon is to the south, and Great Blakenham is to the west, and the A14 is also to the west there. In terms of the immediate context, this is the breakdown of the parishes. So it is within Barham, but as you can see, you've got Claydon to the south, Great Blakenham to the west. The site is within the Claydon and Barham ward. In terms of constraints, the application site is shown by the hatched area. So you've got a Grade 1 listed church to the east, which is shown by the green, and a Grade 2 listed building to the kind of southwest, which is shown by the orange dot. There's also public right-of-way, which is the green dashed line running along the eastern boundary. And there are a row of protected trees and hedgerows along the southern boundary, which is shown by kind of the green and like peachy colour. So the submitted design code has been created in accordance with national guidance. So specifically that relates to the National Design Code, the National Design Guide, the Building for a Healthy Life, and then the outline master plan was an approved plan on the outline permission and thus has an influence on this design code. Finally, there's been a significant level of public consultation that's occurred, including extensive discussions with the parish council and local residents. So the National Model Design Code outlines what a design code should aim to do and identifies that well-designed places draws together character, community and climate. This design code before members today conforms to the earlier mentioned range of national guidance. It specifically picks up on character, community and climate as key themes throughout, and everything links back to these kind of three overarching aims. So in terms of the design code that's been submitted, the following slides will show you how the design code is broken down into key sections which mirror the 10 key principles which are set out within the National Design Guide. These principles then link to those kind of three key aspects, so character, community and climate. A full copy of the design code can be found within the bundle. So in terms of the introductory section, this sets out these key aims and its purpose and the purpose of the design code, which is to explain how the proposed development is a suitable response to the site and its setting and demonstrate that it can be adequately accessed by prospective users. Moving on, we then have the context, which is outlined to enhance the surroundings. Secondly, you've then got the movement section, which ensures the development is accessible and easy to move around, thinking specifically about permeability and legibility. Moving on again, you've then got the nature section, setting out enhancements and ways that it can be optimised. Then you've got built form, which is to secure a coherent pattern of development. Then on to identity in terms of creating an attractive and distinctive place. Then outlines how public spaces will be integrated to be safe, social and inclusive. It ensures that the uses within the place are varied, rich and integrated. It talks about the way spaces are to be used and how this will be achieved. It guides the creation of homes and buildings on the site, ensuring they are functional, healthy and sustainable. It outlines targets for making efficient use of resources and ensuring the place is resilient. It seeks to ensure the development is made to last, specifically through management plans and participation with the community, talking about lifespan. The outline master plan, as I mentioned earlier, is included, which sets out the key parameters, including size, basic layout, general landscaping, general open space arrangements. In summary, it sets out a blueprint to inform the subsequent reserve matters. The reserve matters will then be assessed against any kind of agreed design code. So in terms of what it does, it's aspirational but delivers and guides a range of elements that are to be incorporated across the scheme. There's a real emphasis and focus on achieving a synergy between green space, built form and users. The design code, as I mentioned earlier, provides a blueprint to guide the depth and detail of the final reserve matters, resulting in a far more polished, cohesive and desirable type of development. It is a lengthy document, but in essence it sets out a vision. It provides a kind of illustrated book with examples of best practice to apply, provides a reference source and checklist for certain components, specifically relating to design, connectivity and open space, sets out key specifications, for example, plants for inclusion, quality standards of materials, ensures that it's harder to dilute the quality of development in subsequent applications, outlines how elements will be combined to create a cohesive space. It cross-references back to those 3 key elements, so character, community and climate, and how each element of those kind of key sections delivers on these aspects. And it outlines how the finished development should look and function. The recommendation is therefore that the design code is endorsed by members. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Okay, so any questions on the... Yes, we've got a few hands up. Councillor Mansell first, then Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I understand that the area of the application site, when it was outlined, included land potentially for a school, and that's towards the Old Norwich Road or whatever it's called. But can you just explain, some of the plans in the design guide include that sort of trapezoidal field on the far north east of the plot, which isn't included in the indicative layout at all. So what is the status of that trapezoidal arable field in the northeastern corner? Thank you.
Thank you. So obviously there are elements that will be discussed in the Reserve Matters submission. A lot of this was secured under the Section 106 agreement. It's only really the residential parcel of land that Taylor Wimpey control, and as such, obviously they need to be providing a design code that basically links well to these subsequent parcels that may come forward, so for example the school site. But in terms of what the design code is actually meant to, I suppose, address and cover, it is specifically the residential areas within that landscaping and bits and pieces. But in terms of the piece of land, I don't know if we can get up the, I don't know which slide it would be, sorry. Let's see if I can find.
I'm looking at the actual design guide, and it's on page 26 of the design guide itself that I've downloaded because I thought I needed to look at it. There's a sort of orangey shaded map which includes the school site. I understand that bit, but it actually squares off the corner, and yet all the other plans have got this field cut out of it.
Is it this piece here, or is it
that bit where you no up there? That trapezoidal piece of land. So that trapezoidal piece of land is in the shaded area on some of the pages in the design guide, and I just wanted to know what its status was.
This might be a question that's best placed to ask Taylor Wimpey, if they're kind of within the kind of 3 minutes.
Sorry, it's Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, I mean, similar with Councillor Mansell, I mean, there's page 306 of the papers which shows the community use site at the bottom, and also the potential school site, as well as the red line. But that doesn't show, as Councillor Mansell said, the piece to the northeast, and so that was something that I was a bit puzzled about as well. And the other thing which was quite striking to me was that this is in the parish of Barham, and we've got you know, warm words of welcome for the amount of work that's been done with the parish council, but it's actually the other parish council of Claydon and Whitton, and so maybe we'll have to wait for Councillor Whitehead to explain how they didn't want to express any opinion about it. I mean, I understand that this piece of land, it abuts onto the settlement boundary of Claydon, But that remained a bit of a puzzle to me. You know, I was kept going back and forth and saying, well, hang on a minute, that's not the same parish, and it isn't, is it? So I don't know what happened there, but.
Yes, so just to confirm, both Barham and Claydon and Whitton parish councils were consulted on the design code. I think we've only heard back from Claydon and Whitton parish council, but everyone has been actively consulted as part of this kind of application. It might be, as you say, that Councillor Whitehead might be able to provide some further clarity on the precise nature of the kind of community involvement, and likewise Taylor Wimpey might as well.
Yeah, I see. So you're saying that all the thanks and welcome for the very good engagement, etc., from your perspective was with both.
All councillors were involved, but not all chose to reply.
They didn't then come back and back and say yes, thank you for involving us. Okay.
The Mayor.
Thank you. This is the first for me. I've never been asked to endorse a design code, and I'll put my hand up and say I have no idea what a good design code should look like. That sort of rings alarm bells in my mind, in that you also mentioned it as a reference. Let me use a specific. On page 347, there's a nice diagram of cable depths, where everything should be in the ground. If this is a reference and a mistake has been made in transposing those depths, does this reference supersede the original document, and can the developer use this as an excuse to do it to this standard rather than another standard? I've not had time, and I do not have the knowledge to go through and check all of the technical specifications mentioned in this. So if it's going to become a reference and I'm endorsing it, I'm going to have to say we need to go away and do a huge amount of work to make sure it's right. You know, asking us to sign here, Gov, trust me, it's okay, is sort of not something that I'm very keen to do.
Understood. In terms of the design code, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, it's an unusual submission, and I believe it's probably the first one that members will have heard. The idea is that it guides subsequent reserve matters, so it's part of the Section 106 obligation, and it had to be sorted and resolved prior to any approval of reserve matters, because in essence it guides the key principles. So we're talking about the principles rather than specific technical detail. So within the reserve matters submission, you will then have that more specific detail on where bits and pieces are going, the technical aspects of it. For example, drainage basins and, you know, the gradients of them. So the idea is that it sets out the guiding principles. It's not necessarily I don't want to say it's not a binding document, but it's more of a reference point, as opposed to what you agree under the design code is exactly what gets built, if that makes a little bit more sense.
A couple of people that want to come in. I can see Gemma and Philip's hands hovering over the mic. So Gemma, do you want to go first?
There we go, we're on now, thank you. Yeah, I was probably just going to follow up, probably. It's good, there we go, we're back on. Yeah, it's guidance, it's going to be something that's a material consideration when we come to reserve matters, but I think in terms of any areas, if we were concerned, we would still be looking to grant that at reserve matters. There might be a conversation, but that we've got the appropriate consultees at reserve matters who would comment on those details. It's trying to channel the design, layout and spec to similar levels rather than be out and out specific.
So if I may, let's take a specific now. Parking guidance. We work to the Suffolk County Council definitions. If they've been misquoted in this guide and we're now at reserve matters, can the developers insist that we stick with this? It goes back to the original reference, does it?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes. So, no. If there's a need for an outbreak of common sense, you need to apply common sense. And if it's misquoted a figure from some of the document, you know, you are still. This does not fetter your discretion. You've still got to make a judgment. If the parking spaces, it says 2 metres by 2 metres, and you know you can't fit the car in there, you will deal with that. And arguably, what you do is you revise the design code to pick up the error. The point is that it is a guide which has been through a process of consideration. In the good old days that I remember from my youth, these things were always the subject of supplementary planning document status. You will recall in relation to the application we previously heard that there was a question, what's the status of the design brief? It is exactly this problem, that what status do you give it? Because to make it a supplementary planning document, you have to go through a formal process of consultation for particular periods. And if you look on the adopted documents on Mid-Suffolk's websites, there are various design codes, design briefs, call them what you will, around Stowmarket, which have been endorsed by the District Council through the Planning Committee as a way of getting status to it, which says we know it's not a binding planning policy, but it is a guidance document that gives you, a very clear steer about what is expected. It is not a fetter to your hands. There will always be a discretion that you apply, and you are not technical expert, no disrespect. Your officers are there to help you with the way these documents work, and we put this to you for endorsement, as we have done with others, because it's the kind of wording that means it's not adoption, because it can't be adopted. It hasn't gone through the consultation process. So it's a form of words that gets recognition to a level that means something for everybody.
My concerns are...
Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr Chair. 2 questions, really. One is sort of to you, but also to Councillor Mansell. I didn't understand your question about the area. Is it that there's nothing happening there, or...?
Well, it's just that in the design guide, it includes that square or roughly square piece of land on the early pages of the design guide, and then they just disappear, and I'm not sure whether they are... I think they may have been in part of the outline planning permission, because I vaguely remember that from some time ago. I'm sorry, I'm on the design guide. I don't know about the actual presentation.
That question to when, let's hold it back until John comes in with his time to speak.
I was going to say, I think it's the archaeological sensitive area. That's what I'm not building there, according to this other map. But the other question I've got is, it's words, really. I'm not a legal expert by any means, but I know there's one in the room. By calling it a code, it doesn't become a guide, in my mind, because a code is like a code of conduct, where you can actually be code of conduct says this, that's a breach of. Whereas a guide is, this is what you might want to think about doing, because this is really good best practice. So I'm challenging your words, really. Thank you.
Thank you. I think in the MPPF, I'm looking to Phil, but I think in the MPPF that it does specifically mention codes. I think in terms of its actual use in I suppose, as a reference point for the subsequent reserve matters, that is what it is intended to do. I think the words are probably used a little bit interchangeably, but I don't know.
I'm just going to say, would it help? So I've actually got the definition from the MPPF. So the definition of a design code is a set of illustrated design requirements that provide specific detailed parameters for the physical development of a site or area. Graphic and written components of the code should build upon a design vision, such as a master plan or other design and development framework for a site or area. Does that help a little?
Thank you, it does, which asks the other question, which is pretty much what Councillor Mayor was saying, that if that's the case, having listened to your definition of that word, that actually gives it some bite for a developer. And that, I think, was your concern, the fact that if it gives it bite, they're going to use it to their advantage, and we'd be hard pushed to fight against it if we needed to. And that's why I wanted that definition really tied down as to what this is. Is it a code that they can apply, or is it a guide? Even though I've heard your definition.
Well, we can't change the wording in the MPPF.
No, we can't, Matthew.
When we've got guidance from it.
Yeah. That's a fair point, but therefore, should there be some guidance within, I don't care what you call it, to be honest with you, but should there be some guidance within your code that says what it's actually, the bite it's got for a developer? So we've got some understanding what it really does.
So I suppose just coming back in terms of its relevance and how much, obviously, it's not a binding document. In terms of the reserved matters, you may well wish to still, you know, it's up to members if you want to approve, refuse those. I think the key point is it sets out the key areas that it's looking to really, I suppose, build on, as Gemma said, in terms of parameters. So, for example, the landscaping. So it will set out, you know, where and how those public open spaces are to be delivered. It may well be that in those reserved matters that then come forward, members may decide that actually it doesn't go far enough in terms of achieving those aims. It's not specific enough that in that it is a Section 106 obligation, so it's not the reserved matters. So you're not, you know, in terms of if members were to then approve the reserved matters, that is what gets built on the ground. So it's more of a, without saying it's, I understand the kind of confusion between guidance and code, but it effectively is a reference point. So
we must never forget that the actual planning application itself will override the design code.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Right, yes, I've still got lots of people who want to speak. So I've got Councillor Field, Councillor Matheson, and I'll come back to Councillor Mayor.
Thank you. Couple of things. One, when I declared the fact that this is about 2 miles from my house, I think, so I can see this site. I did forget to point out that I used to be county councillor for this area, so I have been a witness to some of the early discussions. Just like to make sure that people understand that. The question really here is slightly strange with a design guide. One could understand the purpose if there were a number of builders, but there appears to be only one. But nevertheless, it does no great harm, I guess. And there's a lot of admiration expressed for Taylor Wimpey in here. The point I really wanted to cover was more or less what we've been covering in a previous application. There's a page 405 illustrates the build standard Taylor Wimpey expect to apply, and there's their current build standard, well, that's on the previous page, and then there's 2022, 2025, there's something, there's another one which I'm not quite sure what that is. But the point is that the things like ground source heat pumps are defined as 2025. I just want to make sure, you know, should we be agreeing this with things that the committee clearly wants to see implemented now, if this is a guide for the developer? I think the developer has actually said he's prepared to put that in now. One's slightly worried about agreeing a guide which says something different. So could we agree, are we agreeing, are they providing the 2025 standard now, or 2022 plus heat pumps? Just want to make sure that agreeing this doesn't fetter our later judgment.
I think, can you pick up on that? And Philip, I don't know, do you want to pick up, bearing in mind the conversation we've just had in the previous application? Gemma? Want some?
Can do. Sorry. So I was just having a bit more detailed read. I think the details provided are based on the regulations that we've got at the moment and are coming up. And I think reading it is that Taylor Wimpey are committing to provide those ahead of regulation where possible. And, you know, looking at the very bottom of page 405, that it's further detailed and established as part of the reserve matters application. So if that's reassurance, they are looking to do things ahead of time, which I think that follows from what I heard earlier this morning, but that it will then follow the detail through the reserve matters. So it doesn't have those implications, I don't think. Does that?
Do you want me to?
Jasmine, if you've got more.
Yes, so to just expand on that, I think it's important to note that this design code would be a material planning consideration in the consideration of the reserved matters. It sets out expectations. It doesn't give members any kind of, I suppose, whilst it sets out those expectations, it is more about stopping the dilution of quality rather than exceeding. And I think you'll kind of see, I don't know if members have had a chance to kind of review the reserve matters in great depth, but in kind of the reserve matters that have been submitted, they are looking to do 100% air source heat pumps. So whilst there is an element of it's
Can I just interrupt? I think the point is that we want to see. We're delighted. I'm sure that I don't want to speak for the committee, but obviously it's to see 100%. That's great. But in the design guide, it's sort of talking about timelines that aren't within what we would ideally like to achieve.
Yes, and I think like Gemma has kind of touched on, it has to be based on current regulations. So it doesn't stop them going above and beyond it. But
So what you're saying is we can't make the design guide ahead of current regulations.
I think it would be.
That seems somewhat strange, if I may point out. You know, it is a design guide. It's not a mandatory document that you have to comply with. You just said that. So you would have thought the design guide could incorporate our ambitions, and then a developer could say, we don't have to go that far because the regulations don't demand it.
We'll leave you to ponder that, because it is a good point, and you could take it either way. One for consideration. Councillor Matheson, you were next.
Yeah, I particularly had already got open the same page as Councillor Field of 404 and 5. Yes, my reading of it was that we got these dates going forward into the future, because this is quite a big application, and it's going to take a few years to build out, and therefore this is how we will be meeting the changing regulations. And incidentally, I did want to say on the previous application as well, I did have a conversation with the building control manager to understand how it would actually bite precisely, and what he said was that we will house by house, if the foundations are in under current regulations, then that's what will apply for building out that house. But if you haven't started the foundations, then on the due date in June 23, then it'll have to be the new regulations. That's the minimum that has to be met. But that's what I was assuming. This is what these things are doing. And I did notice in reading them a couple of points that the 10.15, this is all on page 404, paragraph 10, 15, 16, 17, it seems to me these are already things that are all obligations anyway. And I also noted that 10.21 seemed to repeat 10.15 anyway, which seemed a bit, as if someone a bit too much cut and paste going on somewhere, really. And I finished off writing up that yes, what we actually need is new Part L delivered now, which is what we've been saying this morning.
Okay.
It feels pie to some extent, but as we're gradually kind of understanding what it's doing for us, and it seems good.
We are in. Really? Yeah, we're going to be here all day. Questions only, precise questions. We don't need to hear about what other. We need to just stop people saying someone has already said the point I want to say, because the more we say that, the longer the meeting. Councillor Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. I note there's a deed, and perhaps I've missed something. 64 pages of fund. Why was it included? Have I missed something? 416, straight after the design code. Is that part of the design code, or?
I think that's the section 106 on the outline. Yeah. So I think it was included because there's various points secured under it to secure the design code. So it was sort of putting out the background of
why the design code
and why
is
it's
there.
required
Okay.
in this way. Yeah,
That's quite a lot of time to read 64 pages. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
I appreciate it as a background paper rather than a officer report.
Yeah, thanks.
We have picked up separately around the papers and the volume and the 26 hours you would need to read this entire bundle. Okay, anything else before we're going to move on? We'll move on. Okay, so next up, so thank you for the presentation. Next we move on to, who have we got? So, we haven't got any public speakers. We haven't got parish council objector or supporter. We now go to the agent, Mark Chapman from Taylor Wimpey, and I know we've got James Bailey and Andrew Wright here for questions as well, but over to you in 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. My name is Mark Chapman. I'm the Technical and Planning Director for Taylor Wimpey, East Anglia. I've got Andrew Wright, one of our senior technical managers here with us, and James Bailey, who's a planning consultant, lead planning consultant on this project. Between us, hopefully we can answer any of the questions you've got and obviously pick up the ones that you've already mentioned today. So we're here to initially discuss the design code for the site, which is the result of many months of positive collaboration with both your officers and key stakeholders in the local community. As well as numerous pre-application discussions with officers, the key elements of the documents have also been discussed with the local community via both in-person and online workshops to the submission. The brief for the design code is clearly set out in the Section 106 agreement and looks to set out options and principles to create a better place to live through good design, reduction in energy use and promotion of sustainable methods of travel. The document is structured around the National Design Guide and the National Model Design Code, which together provide detailed guidance on promoting beautiful design based around 10 key characteristics, which are categorised as climate, character and community. The site benefits from an outline planning consent, which includes a prescriptive design and access statement, master plan and suite of parameter plans, which provided a good foundation from which to build the design code. The design code is looking to create a strong sense of place which will sit well within the site's existing context and importantly moves this growing community towards a more sustainable future. It also aims to bridge the gap between an outline planning permission and a reserve matter, so it fills in some of the detail between those. Architecturally, 4 character areas are being proposed and 3 which seek a village contemporary theme to complement some of the more recent self-built properties surrounding the development. The 4th representing a purely traditional vernacular due to the close proximity of St Mary and St Peter's Church to the northeast of the site. Importantly, all of the character areas seek to utilise the best of the local vernacular, and the code clearly guides building forms, use of materials, tones, those sorts of things. Landscape character areas closely follow the architectural counterparts and look to reinforce each architectural area with its own set of landscape rules and planting palette. Further guiding principles are set out for the detailing of play spaces and sustainable drainage features. Being a landscape-led scheme, planting palettes are geared towards improvements for biodiversity net gain through native and more drought-tolerant species. Furthermore, with the desire to reduce the development's carbon footprint further, living green screens are proposed throughout to provide private defensible boundaries to all new homes fronting the public realm. These are being championed over traditional brick treatments such as brick walls due to the lower carbon footprint. Sustainable drainage features have been discussed at length and are due to be multifunctional, publicly accessible spaces of high ecological value. The main spine road dissecting the development will have swales on each side throughout its length, all of which will help with the cooling effect in warmer, drier periods.
We'll need the last sentence, please.
Okay, well, in conclusion, Design Code sets out a clear strategy for delivering a sustainable development that sits sympathetically with its immediate surroundings. It also seeks to provide a strong, vibrant and healthy community, addresses climate change and looks to protect and enhance the natural built and historic environment. And obviously happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Okay, questions. We'll start at the back. Councillor Eburn, then Councillor Menz.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for that. Firstly, very simple question. The green screens, what plants are going to be in the green screens? And secondly, the housing site, the housing part of the guide refers to the reflecting or having a distinctive character and good architectural quality. And I'm not clear from it how that is representing or reflecting the historic environment, particularly of the church. I mean, what is it in this scheme that you would walk into and think, oh, I'm close to a, you know, ancient monument? Well, it's not strictly an ancient, but the church and this development says what to me. So I've just wondered if you could elaborate, please, on what you mean by distinctive character and good architectural quality. Thank you.
So the green screens, this is something that we have tried before, but and we've made some improvements recently. So it's effectively an ivy, and it's pre-grown in a trough against like a mesh fence to give it some rigidity, because obviously we don't want to put something up that the pet dog could get out of your back garden. And effectively what we're trying to do is replace brick walls, because obviously for the bricks you need to fire the bricks in the kilns, and then you've got transportation. So there's a so it's an ivy based. Yeah. In terms of the character, Andrew, do you want to?
Yep. Sorry, just to pick up the second point. Just in relation to within the design code, there's 4 distinct character areas. I think Mark articulated that in his opening comments. With specific comments around the vernacular for the more traditional, it's more reflective of the Suffolk vernacular and in respectful of the proximity to the church and the immediate surrounding village areas. So it won't have direct parallels with the church itself, of course, but it is respectful of being the Suffolk vernacular, whilst the rest of the development has a more contemporary feel about it, but some of the key differences is more selective around not just materiality, but also the boundary treatments. And as Mark Sudley explained, a lot of that is led by very much green credentials, so looking around what we can do with those green screens, etc.
So just to confirm, by distinctive character, you mean Suffolk, you don't mean Barham or Claydon, as it were?
Suffolk more holistically, but yeah, more specific to taking the vernacular from the local area, so Barham and Claydon.
Okay, Councillor Mansell.
Can I try and reiterate my question again? Now I've found the relevant page number. It's page 241 on our papers. Has a drawing of the outline, permission, indicative plan, and the red line area.
It says in ours additional meadow.
Yeah, I know it says additional meadow, but it's a meadow, but you've done the landscaping for other parts of open space. So is that additional meadow orange area not taken on by Taylor Wimpey, which is why it's not mentioned anywhere else?
Yeah, that's right. So this site has an outline planning permission. Taylor Wimpey has just secured the housing element. So things like the school, the community use, and the meadow land are being brought forward by the original sort of vendors and the promoters. Now there's legal contracts in place to make sure that they bring those forward in line with the Section 106, but they were particularly keen to make sure that they were directly having those conversations with your officers, so it's not in our control.
So they will have to come forward?
Yes, it is part of the Section 106. I think I've just found, I think it was prior to implement the meadow prior to occupation of the 100th dwelling.
Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Chimneys. I notice within it, you talk about chimneys on certain buildings. Are these false chimneys, or are we talking about fireplaces as well? I may have missed it, and I'm sorry if I did.
So they would be false chimneys. We don't put in fully working flue chimneys. Slightly ties in with a lot of the conversation today with building regulations. Air tightness is a big thing if you're going to move to air source heat pumps. So no, they are.
So the question that always generates in our committees, the roof has a 50-year guarantee and the chimney has a 10-year guarantee. By putting the chimney in, you are actually degrading the property and making potentially the residents increase costs.
No, I mean the guarantee for is part of the roof. So in terms of a guarantee,
the chimney has the same guarantee as the roof.
Yes, yeah, okay. It's all part of the same structure. Yeah.
Then I haven't got a problem. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? We'll move on. Councillor Field, then we'll move on after you.
So return to my question. You have in this guide we have your current build standard, 2022, 2025, and nature interventions by 2023. I just wondered which one of those what we should really take note of. Are you intending to build to one of them, or can one assume it's the 2022 standard, or what?
Yeah,
which one of the group?
And I'll just address the wider point about the design code, because the design code is there to set out the options and say you could do anything between X and Y. So in the reserve matters, we've included the detail, but what that says is it's 100% air source heat pumps. If we proceed today, then construction will start June next year, so it will straight away be on to the latest building regulations. But obviously the air source heat pumps will be on top of that, and that increases reduces the CO2 use of these by about 60% by combining new building regulations with air source heat pumps.
Okay,
thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on now to the ward member. Councillor John Whitehead, over to you.
Thank you, Chairman, and hello, members. I'm looking forward to hearing the committee's debate on this extensive design code. I will speak more regarding this site when the committee moves on to discuss the connected application 22-03231 next on the agenda. So for now, I'd just like to take the opportunity to advise the committee that as someone who attended the Village Hall face-to-face workshop referenced in the report, I can confirm that in my opinion, Taylor Wimpey and its advisors undertook a very thorough consultation with the public. The meeting was not a drop-in event, but instead was a 2-hour-long event that took residents and several Claydon Parish councillors methodically through the various aspects. My understanding as well is that the Barham Parish councillors requested their own separate meeting with Taylor Wimpey, and that this took place. At the public meeting, Taylor Wimpey were very open and genuine in taking feedback from the community, and as is made clear in the report, they made a number of welcome changes. So to be clear, it was not a tick-box exercise at all. I feel that several important, significant improvements came out of the consultation. So in conclusion, I welcome this extensive design code and commend the level of detail produced by the applicant in consultation with the members, in consultation with the officers. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Any questions? No. Okay, so it's over to us to discuss, debate and come to a conclusion. Yeah, Councillor Muller, you want to go first?
Thank you very much. I think what we've learned from this particular application is the thought that Taylor Wimpey have done to actually liaise with both parish councils, and thank you very much for doing that. That's very, very welcome. I think it's an excellent design guide, and I would be happily move approval on this one, Chair. Thank you.
A seconder? Councillor Field, you want to go?
As you say, I shouldn't say I agree with what's been said before. It's a good design guide. It covers a whole range of the issues that we often need to address and that concern local people. I think it's a good document, particularly with the decision, which is actually in the planning application, obviously, but the decision to incorporate air source heat pumps with the 2022 design standards is a good one. So I'm more than happy to second this.
Matheson, you want to speak? To speak? No? So we'll go to the vote then.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Members, I'll now start that vote for you. Okay, that should now be in progress. Thank you, members. That's 7 votes for, Chair, as Councillor Humphreys has left that as unanimous. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that. And what I propose we do, how long do we want for lunch? Is 30 minutes or 45? Half an hour's all right, won't give you indigestion. Okay, so we'll meet back here at 1:45 and kick off then. And just for the members of the public, there is a canteen on the ground floor. You're more than welcome to grab a sandwich down there and meet you back here. Thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon, welcome back everyone. So we'll move straight on to the next item, which is DC 22032331, agenda item 7C, again in Claydon. Back over to Jasmine again.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the Reserve Matters application for 269 dwellings at land northwest of Church Lane, Barham. The Reserve Matters are appearance, scale, layout and landscaping. It also seeks to discharge conditions pursuant to the outline permission. So there are 4 conditions which relate to surface water drainage, market housing mix and a noise survey. This Reserve Matters submission has been designed around the design code that has just been presented to members, and the design code is an integral element of the detail. So just to remind members, this is the site shown in red. And again, quickly just to run through the key constraints. So you've got the Grade 2 listed building to the west, Grade 1 listed, church to the east, a public right-of-way to the east, and protected trees and hedgerows to the south. So the access and Spine Road were approved outline. So just to show you, the blue dot outlines the road which is fixed as part of that outline. Everything that then comes off of the Spine Road is the subject of this application. So showing the key road layout now. So firstly, we have the major access road, which was, as I say, secured outline. Then we have a secondary street, then minor access roads, shared surfaces, and private drives. In terms of connectivity and building upon and addressing the key vehicular routes, firstly, there's a 3-metre wide link to the school site, smaller pathways to the church, cycle crossing points on the Spine Road with cycle markings, a pedestrian cycle crossing in the centre which connects to the green corridors and Village Green. Then you've got the pedestrian links to adjacent highways, countryside links, green corridors, links to the park and the public open space to the east there, community site link and vehicular links, and then finally a 3-metre wide cycleway. All of these are set within a wider landscape setting, supporting active travel and wildlife. So in terms of green spaces, first of all, the blue line shows the central green avenue. So this contains swales on either side. So kind of working from the centre outwards, it kind of goes road, swale, path, trees. Then the red circle is a village green, acting as a central hub of open space, which is well overlooked by dwellings with pathways. Notably, this village green is included in this RM, but wasn't on the outline. Then there are green corridors and areas of larger public open space to the east and west of the site, which incorporates attenuation basins. Both of these are again well overlooked by dwellings. There are 15 bungalows proposed, some of which are affordables, which are shown in the orange. These bungalows act as the interface between the more urban and rural areas, facing towards the Grade 1 listed church, thus reducing kind of potential impact arising from scale. In terms of the scale, where there are not bungalows, they are all 2-storey dwellings. They don't include any sort of dormers or anything in the roofs. The affordable units would be pepper potted around and are well integrated in desirable locations, as you can see. They're not all just tucked in one corner. The council's strategic housing team are happy with the overall mix. So the parking provision across the development is surplus to parking guidance given by Suffolk County Council. A key approach is the private service drives, which is So as you can see, they provide adequate space to accommodate informal additional parking spaces within the driveways, so not blocking, obviously minimising conflict and congestion along the spine road, but also offering additional kind of parking spaces where there might be some triple parking. So a range of house types are incorporated across the scheme, which will be broken down by architectural features, materials, orientation, to prevent a uniform appearance. The apartment adopts the appearance of two houses and includes, again, architectural features such as bay windows, but they are designed to look like two houses effectively. All would have access to bin stores and cycle stores. So in terms of 3D visualisations, just to run through the key spaces, so here we have the central village green. Within it you have the village green and then pathways within it. You've got a green link, main crossing point, cycleway, then you've got swales and tree-lined avenues. In terms of, so here we have the green corridor, so again that kind of leads into the village hub, village green rather. Then we've got, here's a view entering from Norwich Road, so looking kind of northwards. In terms of the green screens proposed, they are one form of boundary treatment. These will provide instant greenery and will be evergreen. The green screens come ready cultivated for easy installation as shown by the right hand image. All have mesh inside. Here are the locations for the green screens. As you can see, they are scattered around the development. They are a bit of a trial on the site, so a number of management measures and assurances are proposed, including a management plan for 5 years covering the public realm side. The developer is also looking at covenants on the sale of the units to ensure they cannot be ripped out. Equally, if they die within a number of years, they'll be replaced by new ones, or should they kind of die or fail, then the alternative is not going to be close boarded fencing, it will be a 1.8 metre high brick wall. In terms of structural landscaping, so you've got the central avenue with trees and swales, as we've kind of seen, green links and green corridors, wetland area with attenuation basins, a rural edge, meadow grassland, orchard, tree-lined approach towards the church, kind of informal tree belt, which is opposite protected trees on the other side to the south, and a boundary hedge along the school. In terms of the public open space to the east, there would be a community orchard with public foraging trail, encouraging wildlife and supporting education, which obviously then links well to the future school site. Play equipment will offer natural play, incorporating wellbeing into the development and again working with the public realm team. In terms of the drainage basins, so 3 drainage basins are proposed, 2 to the west and 1 to the southwest corner. A post and rail fence would be put around them, which again retains a sense of openness but is a safety feature. Floods, Suffolk County Council Floods and Water are happy with the strategy. The basin is constructed with a 1 in 4 gradient, which does mean, worst case scenario, if a child was to fall in, then they would either be able to kind of stop on a platform or they would be able to walk out. That's kind of the idea in terms of keeping that gradient. Then we've got the length. Air source heat pumps are proposed to serve all of the dwellings. So just linking back to the design code and those 3 key characteristics that we spoke about earlier, the following 3 slides outline the key aspects of the scheme and how they link back to the design code. So firstly, these are the measures linking incorporated within the scheme to address the community aspects. Secondly, a range of climate-related measures are incorporated as well, which mostly spans a range of sustainability measures.
Finally, we have the character aspects that are incorporated, which include key visual aspects. In relation to the discharge conditions, all of the technical consultees are happy with the details submitted. An additional condition is recommended on this reserve matters to ensure that the submitted noise survey readings are those that are actually achieved on site. So the recommendation, the first part is therefore to approve the reserve matters subject to the conditions outlined within the report. And secondly, to discharge conditions 9, 10 and 40 and part discharge condition 48 of the outline permission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Start off with questions. Councillor Field, you're first. We'll go.
Just the noise survey, surely the noise from the A14 is fixed. I wondered what that's actually controlling. Is it the type of windows or whatever, triple glazing or whatever? So that's one question. What's that fixing? The other thing, I seem to remember in the presentation it spoke about doctor's surgery, which I think is closed some time ago. They can't obtain any staff for it. I may be wrong there, but I believe that's true. And you also talk about there's a lot made of bus routes, and indeed it is quite well served, but a number of the ones that mentioned have since ceased to function. I just wondered if we could make clear what the actual position is.
Yes, so I'm not entirely sure in terms of the GP surgery or the bus routes. Obviously, a lot of this was dealt with at the outline stage, so a lot of it is kind of beyond our control at this point. In terms of the noise survey, I'm just having a look at what is on the outline, and it talks about it is basically to do with the impact of noise from the A14, and it's to ensure that those internal noise levels don't go above kind of, I think it's World Health Organization standards. So it's just basically the kind of part discharge element of it is to ensure that the dwellings once built, that they kind of accord with the survey results that have been submitted to us now. So it's just making sure that they are actually achieved rather than just being told that they're achieved.
Matheson, you know.
Thank you. Yeah, a couple of minor questions really. With the green screens, which is interesting trial innovation, etc. Will they have hedgehog highways through them, which we've come to expect going in various directions out of in and out of back gardens? But also, I wonder we probably need an informative, so that the householders understand, because the cost of replacing one of those with a brick wall is going to be pretty significant, actually. So it's something on that one, really. Yeah, so that's just two questions for now.
Thank you. So in terms of the green screens and hedgehog highways, that's probably something just to ask the developer during their 3 minutes.
Right.
And in an informative, obviously we can add that in. That's not a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Manson.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of queries about the roads. Obviously, the main spine road is already done on the outline, but the secondary roads, or whatever they're called, are they going to be adoptable or adopted, or are they all going to be privately managed? On the plan, which I think is on slide 10, one of the secondary roads looks like it has a splay onto Church Road. Is that actually an access point, or is it an emergency access point? And there is quite a large amount of public open space alongside this development. Has that been offered to the parish or the district council? Because clearly it is for the benefit of everybody in the community, not just the residents of this development.
Thank you. So in terms of the secondary road, I don't know if you could get that up, that'd be handy. Thank you.
So is it the blue line?
The dark blue line, on the, when you look at the plan, it looks like there's a visibility display there.
Yes, so I believe that there is to be a vehicular access there, but you might want to check that with the developer. In terms of adoption, again, that is something I might have to come back to you on. I think Suffolk County Council Highways have actually mentioned that, but obviously that would be subject to a separate consent. I think it's section 38. So, yeah, in terms of, I can certainly double check that, but it might be worth asking the developer. And the public open space, as far as I'm aware, our public realm team have been quite heavily involved in terms of obviously looking at the detail of it. I'm not sure, and I would have to double check how that has been secured, but it would have been under the outline section 106. So there should be something in there that talks about if it is to be offered up to the parish or district council within that, but I would have to double check that for you.
Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just with regards to the play area, it says that it's outside of reserved matters, yet in the conditions it's just as an informative, so I'm not quite sure how that, you know, what decision we're making, whether, you know, ultimately they could say, well, we're not doing it, it's a reduced size play area, whatever. So if you could just sort of clarify the position with the play area, please. And then secondly, on the market housing mix, condition 40, which I know we're being asked to discharge, says that the housing should be predominantly 2 and 3 bedroom, but yet out of 175 market homes, only 64 are 2 and 3 bedroom, and I don't call that predominantly, it's less than half. So I don't understand how we can discharge that when it doesn't even meet anywhere near condition 40. So if you could just explain that for me, thank you very much.
Thank you again. I might have to come back to you on the market housing mix in terms of having a look at the specific condition. And the play area as an informative, it is, yeah, we have recommended it as an informative. I would again have to double check why that has, how that has kind of come about. It might be as a result of our public realm team.
Yeah, I mean, on page 500, there's a kind of bit of a discussion about play area, but then it's not clear to me whether, I mean, I'm assuming that that means there will be play areas in places that are indicated on the layout, but I'm not 100% clear. That's all I'm, you know.
Yes.
And
yeah,
it does say
certainly.
that you know, the appropriate levels of play are delivered by this development site outside of the reserved matter submission. So
yes. So I think what has actually happened just now, looking at it. Condition 27 and 28 of the outline permission requires the full landscaping details, which isn't always imposed on an outline. Sometimes it is kind of delayed until the reserve matters, because obviously you're primarily looking at the landscaping details. But as part of that, I think the idea is the reason it's been put on as an informative is to ensure that as part of those conditions, when they come in to be formally discharged, it will include the details of the play equipment. So it is secured.
Councillor Mayor.
Thanks so much. Can you confirm that all the roads other than the private drives will be adopted by the County Council or offered for adoption?
Sarah asked.
Did you? Did you really? I do apologise to everybody. I'll wake up. What was the answer? The second one then. The grease screens. Interesting idea. It is a trial. At what point would liability fall to the homeowners? If the trial were to fail on a large scale, would the homeowners have to replace the wall, or would that be the developer?
So I think the idea is that we will have that management plan in place. So for the first 5 years, I think that's, just double check. Yeah, so in terms of, so the first 5 years is basically a management plan covering the public realm side of the fence, or rather the screens. The developer is also looking, as I said, to impose covenants on the sale of the units to ensure that, you know, they can't be actually ripped out.
again, if the green screens die within a number of years, they'll be replaced. I'm not sure as yet who would be liable for those matters, and I believe it would be between the kind of the developer and the homeowner to kind of obviously work out the arrangements with that. But that might be a question best asked to the developer.
You know, if it's a trial, and if there was a large-scale failure and all the screens failed, then it would be a bit rough.
Yes, and I think
getting our homeowners to do
that's obviously why we need to get that management plan agreed as well.
Thank you very much.
So that's been answered, thank you.
Sorry, this has just sort of dawned on me. We've got sort of, as you say, a hybrid application thing here, and we've got 3 recommendations on page 493. Do we have to do them all? Do we, you know, are they dependent on one another? Can we, you know, approve one and not the other 2, or what happens if that is the case?
So I think they've been made as one application, and that's why we're reporting that back to you as one application. I think if there were discharge of conditions that you weren't happy with, I think that might be a suggested delegation on those aspects, and we could take that away, certainly. If there are other matters, we perhaps might need to go through that as members raise them, but possibly some flexibility.
Councillor Field?
Just a comment really, couldn't you control the green screen issue with permitted development rights? Presumably people currently have the right to replace those with fencing as is normal around any plot. One wonders whether one could control the replacement with bricks or whatever in that way.
So the idea will be that it is kind of notwithstanding permitted development rights, and I would need to check the outline permission to see if any permitted development rights were removed, because they're normally removed on an outline permission if you were removing them at all. Obviously this condition would kind of be worded in the way that it's notwithstanding any permitted development rights, these green screens are retained. But obviously if members wanted to kind of add some further informatives or kind of direction in terms of how that condition's worded, then
just whatever way would have most effective control. I'm sure the developer and we both want effective control going on into the future, and you know, covenants and things are often notoriously difficult to enforce. That was one question. The other one, you're controlling in your recommendation the 100% air source heat pumps. What about the insulation level of these buildings and things like car charging points, which I noticed were in the design guide we looked at, but are they actually required in this? Are they specified as?
So in terms of the insulation, that isn't something that I believe that we have conditioned, and I'm not sure if Gemma might have some ideas on. I think that might be slightly more difficult to control because it's not actually development in that sense. The EV charging points I had actually noted down, that might be something that members wish to include as an additional condition, but I would need to again check the outline to check that we're not kind of duplicating conditions.
Yeah, similarly I'm just trying to scroll through the outline while we have this conversation just to check on what some of those conditions are, so perhaps if between us we'll have a look and see what's already conditioned. I would probably urge caution about conditioning insulation with the building reg situation. I think that would go above and beyond what we should do on that one. If there's particular issues you'd like to raise, I'm happy to think about it further.
Presumably it's impossible to condition the building regulations, whatever, 2023, be applied.
To deliver whatever the standard is at the time. Yeah, sure. We can't condition above that.
But the company does seem to wish to.
Yeah, but we can't.
Deliver.
You know,
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll move us on. So, oh right, okay.
Does this condition 9 surface water, does that cover this during construction problem that I raised already earlier? And second question, I noticed there's an existing hedge right across this site. Are we managing to retain some of that in the landscaping, or is it all going to be ripped out and replaced with twigs?
In terms of the surface water, so just taking your first point, what was the matter that you raised earlier with construction issues?
Massive water runoff because it isn't, there isn't anything in place to deal with it during construction.
So, yeah, so there is a construction surface water management plan.
Yes, that's the one. Good.
There we go. And in terms of the existing hedgerow, I'm not entirely sure, so that might be something to ask.
Yeah, if you look at the aerial photographs,
we'll ask the applicant.
You'll see.
Yeah. Okay. Right, we'll move on. So we don't have the parish council, we don't have an objector supporter, so we'll go straight to the applicants. And again, we have Mark Chapman, James Bailey and Andrew Wright here. And over to you for 3 minutes, please.
Good afternoon again. Thank you for endorsing the design code in the last item. With the outline consent secured in January this year and a successfully endorsed design code this afternoon, it's clear the principle of residential development has been established on this site. The fact that we are here this afternoon before you with a robust and sensitive reserve matters application for such a major site within 11 months of the outline application being approved shows Taylor Wimpey's commitment to delivering this site for housing. Credit must equally go to the Council's officers for providing constructive feedback and for being available to ensure that this application was dealt with in a timely manner and in such a collaborative fashion. Before progressing further, it's also important to note that this site has been referenced in the Council's draft annual monitoring report and will contribute to the Council's housing land supply in the future. Taylor Wimpey submitted this reserve matters application for 269 homes, public open space and associated infrastructure. This includes 94 affordable homes comprising of 67 affordable rent and 27 shared ownership. All of the affordable homes comply with the nationally described space standards. This reserve matters application includes appearance, layout, scale and strategic landscaping and also seeks to discharge a series of conditions from the outline consent. The principles set out in the now endorsed design code has guided the scheme, and in doing so, we've prepared a layout and design that is complementary to the immediately surrounding area. Ongoing discussions throughout the application process have also helped shape the scheme before members today. The proposed dwellings fronting Norwich Road have been set back from the highway with sustainable drainage features now providing a landscape entrance to the site. Bungalows have been purposely designed to overlook the public open space being provided to the northeast of the site. This also provides a careful transition to mitigate the impact of the setting on St Mary's and St Peter's Church. The important green spaces, including the village green, have been relocated and enhanced during the application to make for better connected and usable spaces. A specific link into the future primary school site to the north has also been discussed with district and county council officers and has been integrated within the layout. Footway and cycle paths add to the permeability across the site. Sustainable drainage features have been incorporated into the proposals and the main spine road is tree-lined as per the latest requirements of the MPPF. Too many P's, sorry. Green screens are being incorporated in certain locations of the development as a way of providing instant natural screening for occupants. At the same time, this provides additional biodiversity habitats and helps to soften the development. The overall aim has been to ensure that the dwellings do not have any adverse impact on the existing street scene or village character and that the setting of the church is respected. To conclude, this is a reserve matters application for a site that benefits from an existing outline consent and a recently endorsed design code. Taylor Wimpey has sought to bring forward a well-designed scheme for the site that incorporates a number of sustainable features, including electric charging points, air source
Time is
heat
up,
pumps,
so last sentence, please.
as well as other innovative green measures. So I therefore respectfully request that members support their officer's recommendation and approve the application today, and of course happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Matheson and Councillor Manson.
Yeah, the green screens, does the, I can see that how they're being produced, we've seen the slide now, do their roots go down through the trough into the ground to get all shut? Yeah, good. I was hoping that would be the case. And the other one is, once again, given that you've got a nice number of bungalows on here, can we make them compliant M42 and perhaps a couple of them M43? I mean, that is a a live market with people that have got money, I think you'd find it helpful.
Yeah,
from your point of view.
Yeah, just to confirm, there's 6 bungalows on the scheme which are to M4 standards, 4 of them to M4 Part 2 and 2 of them to M4 Part 3.
Yes. John, of course, John, we're not expressing any opinions at this stage. It's only questions for clarity. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to repeat my other questions about the whether the roads are being adopted or adoptable, and whether there have been any negotiations about the public open space with public bodies rather than a management company. And I'm also quite intrigued by the spine road having these swales on either side to keep the pavement, cycleway, whatever you want to call it, away from the road. But clearly the accesses to the private drives that serve the dwellings cross it. And I just want to know if you've used this scheme in other developments, and does it prevent cars parking on the cycleway, pedestrian way? Because it looks like it ought to, but maybe you've got experience of it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, so happy to take all those. So we mentioned earlier about the highway adoptability. So yeah, the intention is for all the highways to be adopted. There are obviously private driveways as well, but all the main highways are adopted. The connection that you mentioned onto Church Lane, that is a connection, and it has been agreed with the Highway Authority, and that's been looked at. In terms of the swale positions and parking, yes, we've done it quite a lot. One of the things that we've done in addition here through discussion with your officers is widen some of those private driveways so that if they want additional parking that's informal, they park on the private driveway and there's still room for neighbours to get past. Did I cover all your items?
Public open space.
Oh, public open space. So we haven't got into the detail of who would be adopting it. Happy to have a conversation if parish council and things have got the resource to manage it. What I would say is if it does go private, we don't stop the existing community use it, so we don't gate it. It's maintained by the receipts from our residents.
Well, on the access onto Church Road from that secondary road, there's a cycleway that crosses it, and it looks as if the cycleway's got priority over the access. Is that correct? And my reason for asking about the public open space is because people who've moved into an estate in my ward are complaining that other villagers are using their play area.
Yeah, and I do understand that sometimes there's a little bit of tension if it's privately managed, but I think that's part of our role, is to explain to people when you're moving, it is public open space, it's not private open space for the residents. So I do understand the point, but it's unfortunately one of those things. But you're right about the cycleway does have priority over that access.
Okay, no other. Councillor Field.
Just to return to the point about EV charging points for cars, I see they're on the design guide, etc. They're not in the list of conditions. I just wanted to know exactly what you're providing. I think you implied just then all dwellings. Is that all dwellings with chargers, or some of them with so-called passive charging capability, a pair of wires, or just exactly what are you intended?
So we've got the exact numbers are, so 197 of the homes have the full 7.3 kilowatt chargers. So there's the 72 that don't currently at the moment. Now the reason that is, our intention is to deliver 100% electric vehicle charging across all of our sites going forward. The reason we haven't committed to that at this stage is the building regulation around it has this statement about where technically feasible. Now this development will take 5 years to develop, so what's technically feasible today as we sit in front of you is very different to what will be technically feasible in a year or 2 years. But certainly it's Taylor Wimpey's intention to, wherever possible, deliver 100%, because why would we want to sell a product that someone can't plug their car in the future? But in terms of what we've been able to commit to in the application, it's 197 homes, and then the rest is for us to try and bring forward as the scheme develops.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, so we move on to we have no one here from the Parish Council. We have no objection, no support. Sorry, I've said that already. So we get straight on to John Whitehead as the ward member.
Thank you again, Chairman. I mentioned earlier that I attended the face-to-face workshop held in the Village Hall, And there it was clear that many locals are still deeply unhappy with the principle of a very large development occurring on this site. Clearly, with the approval of the outline and hybrid permission, that boat has now sailed. And I hope that any residents watching this, either on the live stream or on catch-up, will understand that the application in debate today is simply on the appearance, layout, scale and landscaping for this site. Obviously, as a ward member, I understand that, and therefore will approach this reserved matters application on that basis. It's clear from reading the officer's report that they are very pleased with the collaborative approach that the developer has taken in its interactions with our planning department. On a first reading, that enthusiasm may seem excessive, but on further considered rereading, that enthusiasm does seem well justified. Details such as the provision of 100% air source heating throughout the development is most welcome. In my previous speech to referrals, I deplored the planting of 269 gas boilers on this site in place of the agricultural crops previously planted there. The Green Screens trial initiative is interesting. The idea of producing instant green boundaries is exciting. Whether that should be fast-growing invasive ivy, as shown in the illustration, is a matter for the committee to debate. I welcome the extensive mix of house sizes from 2 to 5 bedrooms, with a good proportion of the market housing being detached houses, and the choice of locations for the affordable housing has been well thought through. The Spine Road, with its service parking and wide boulevard look, is most welcome. So I don't intend to say much more. I didn't welcome the principle of developing on this site. I'm still firmly of the opinion it will create traffic problems and put real pressure on school spaces. The NHS has now closed the village GP surgery, and only a couple of weeks ago, the Needham Market practice announced it would not take on new patients. So this site will not be suitable for the ill or infirm. But that can be said of the wider village of Barham and Claydon, which is an appalling situation, but clearly not the fault of Mid-Suffolk District Council. But let me conclude on a more positive note by expressing the view that the developer, in conjunction with our planning officers, have done an impressive and commendable job on this reserved matters application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the ward member? Yes, Councillor Eburn.
Thank you, Chair. It's not really for the ward member because I just wanted to have had an answer from my question to the officer about the condition 40. So on page 539, the fact that that condition says right at the top of the page, submitted to outline stage with predominantly 2 and 3 bedroom dwellings, and yet the actual amount of 2 and 3 bedroom dwellings of the market housing is 64 dwellings out of a total of 175. So I just wondered how we can, what's the definition of predominantly, because that's not predominantly to me, so I just wonder how we got to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so I have got an answer for you. So if you read on in condition 40, it does say submitted indicative housing mix submitted at outline stage with predominantly 2 and 3 bedroom dwellings unless housing need evidence indicates otherwise. So the housing needs evidence that is obviously most up to date with our strategic housing team, they have assessed the submitted mix and they are content that it does meet that kind of registered need. Obviously this is an outline permission that does go back quite a few years, so yeah, that's that. When it says unless housing need evidence indicates otherwise, that's kind of the key element of it.
Okay, thanks for that. 'Cause we haven't got that. I haven't got the information in the papers. All I've got in the papers is strategic housing's response about affordable housing, but nothing about market. So I just had to guess.
Appreciate that. Yep.
Okay, good. Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, I realised I forgot to ask the agent about that hedge across the middle of the site. It's quite important, of course, because the biodiversity benefit is much more if we manage to retain much of the hedge than if we
okay,
rip it all
we'll get
out.
an answer.
Can we get an answer from somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the hedge it's a bit misleading. It doesn't go through the middle of the housing site. It's actually running up the side between where the school will be and the housing. But yes, it's retained. And you've also got the Church Lane one.
If you look at the satellite, there's a hedge across the middle somewhere, is there not? Am I not imagining that one? Sorry about that if I'm wrong. Okay, I'll give up.
Thank you.
Okay, so members, we've had all the information put before us. It's up to us to discuss, debate and come to a conclusion. Councillor Muller, you want to go first?
Thank you very much, Chair. Once again, I'd like to thank the representative from Taylor Wimpey. I think this is an excellent scheme, and also the comments from the ward member. I particularly like these green screens. I think that's an excellent idea. But on a point that Councillor Whitehead raised, obviously ivy can grow quite quickly, and it could potentially get very untidy and overgrown. I presume, hopefully, the residents will keep them in trim, or a management company, if a management company is responsible for them. But on the whole, I think this is a really, really good application. I do like it, and I would be more than happy to recommend approval, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think I too would like to commend the applicant and the agent for the amount of community engagement that they've done on this particular application, and I think it is a good job, and I really think that having 100% air source heat pumps is wonderful, and we just wish everyone could do that. And it's great that we've got adoptable roads, large amount of public open space. I would like that to be kept within the public realm rather than a private company, if at all possible. I don't like false chimneys. Some of your houses have got false chimneys. Looking through the plans, it looks like there are differences in the design of the affordables with the market housing, but I hope that's not going to be obvious. You know, the materials are probably the same, but they are a slightly different size and configuration, so they're not tenure blind properties. I'm disappointed in the housing mix, given that we had that condition which Councillor Eburn has gone on about, being predominantly small 2 and 3 bedroomed homes on the market. I was quite surprised at the ward member's comment that he thought it was great there were a load of detached houses for open market. I think we do need small houses. I'm quite surprised that there is not a need for small houses in Claydon and Barham, but we don't have any evidence to say that that is the case. So we can't really argue with the housing mix because we don't have the evidence. But most places want a load of small houses, so that does surprise me. But on the whole, I think this is a good application. I think it's been well thought through. So yeah, has Councillor Muller actually made a proposal?
We're looking for a seconder.
So I think I'm happy to second this application. I think it is a good application. Obviously, nothing's going to be perfect, and we have to just accept that in life, don't we?
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Councillor Field, then Councillor Matheson.
Just to keep up the chorus of approval. Happy with this application, I think. Pleased to see the interaction with the local community, particularly as that community started off in a fairly negative position. So it's good to see that's moved forward. There are a few things that do concern me that they're not actually nailed down in conditions, things like the electric car charging and perhaps the insulation thickness in the walls. I guess I'm prepared to accept that the developer is trying to do the right thing, and that even as the economy tanks over the next year or so, it's unlikely that they will withdraw some of those facilities. So I'm certainly happy to vote for this.
Yes, thank you. I think it's been so refreshing to actually, rather than battling with the fundamentals, just to spend our time on actually getting some of the detail sorted out exactly, which has been great. And you know, I can't help linking that with the good quality engagement that one has followed from the other, which is excellent. And just on this housing mix, I point out, I mean, the strategic housing team raised no objection. They didn't leap in support of all the 5-bedroom houses, but there we are. They've not objected, so we'll go with it, won't we?
Sorry, thank you. Well done to Taylor Wimpey for engaging with the community so well. also to listening and to bringing forward, obviously thinking about the environmental impact of the estate and doing all you can. I think the green walls are very interesting. I'll be very interested to see how they survive, how they last. Certainly birds love nesting in ivy, so that's a positive. Triple parking is obviously one of my bugbears, but I think the extra parking place that you've put in the front of each house, that we saw the pictures, actually that's quite, again, that's an innovative approach, and let's see how it works. But again, I think that's addressing something that we see as a concern. So yeah, I'm absolutely happy to support it and commend the agent and the applicant for the work they've done. Okay, so on that basis, we will go to a vote. It's been proposed by Councillor Muller, seconded by Councillor Mansell. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress. Are you having? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 7 votes for. That's
Okay, so we're now moving to, as I said, application DC 2203-423. Case Officer Helen Noble, I think it's your first application before the committee, so welcome, thanks for joining us, and we'll hand over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. So hopefully this is going to be slightly shorter than some of your other previous presentations this morning. The proposal is for outline planning permission for the erection of one new dwelling, a 1.5-storey dwelling in Elmswell. So this is an aerial shot showing the application site, and this is their site location plan. You can see the railway to the north of the site, but sorry, apologies, just bear with me. So this site is within the centre of Elmswell, highlighted by the pink blob in the middle of the pink square. The turquoise boundary is the settlement boundary of Elmswell village as defined by the local plan. Therefore, because it's within the centre of the settlement, as a purely spatial exercise, the site is considered sustainable. Elmswell is identified as a key service centre within the core strategy, and therefore this proposal accords with policy CS1. As the previous slide showed, the area subject to this proposal is a piece of flat grassed land, and I'm going to outline why us as officers feel that the site should be classed as public open space. So within the NPPG, they define open space can take many different forms. It doesn't have to be a recreational facility with a play area on it. It can be open areas within a development and less formal spaces. So this shows a photo of the site quite clearly showing the flat grassed area to the left of the photograph. So as part of their submission, Elmswell Parish Council have provided a statement saying they don't believe it is public open space. They believe the site's amenity value is diminished because they've erected a no ball game sign on the land and therefore there are limited usages. However, we have received substantial objection comments from the local residents which have highlighted a variety of purposes that they utilise the site for. This is actually showing the approved layout drawing back in 1994 from the Reserved Matters application. And although it's incredibly hard to see on here, if I zoom in, you can just about see that the larger of the two areas that are highlighted in blue are marked as POS, public open space. This larger area is at the west of the Crown Mill estate and known as the Crown Mill play area. And this is a photograph of the area kindly provided by Councillor Mansell. The smaller area, which is the site subject to this proposal, is also marked as public open space. Unfortunately, when you zoom in on this kind of projection, it isn't obvious on there, and that's a photograph of the site also provided by Councillor Mansell. So that's just showing the two of them again. This is a list of all the different activities that the local community residents have said they enjoy the site for. So we consider, therefore, they value the piece of land and they don't consider the piece of land surplus to requirements. So if we accept that we do feel this is open space, then the NPPF has very clear requirements. It prevents development on public open space unless one of these three clauses is satisfied. Sorry. Okay. So the first one, Part A, the local planning authority don't believe it's surplus to requirements because as part of their application, the parish council did not submit an assessment demonstrating this, and the objections we've received have highlighted the various uses the residents want it for. So Part C isn't really relevant because they're not suggesting to build sports or recreational facilities, so that leaves it up to members to debate. Are they meeting the requirements of Part B? So the loss that's occurring as a result of this proposed development, is it being replaced by an equivalent or better provision in a suitable location? And it's Part B that the LPA believe hasn't been met. The site is shown in pink. If this was removed, or I should say perhaps before that, as part of our application, the parish council have stated that they have acquired an additional 6 acres of land adjacent to the Blackbourne Community Centre. So they believe that this meets Part B of paragraph 99 by providing a suitable alternative. However, that is not tied to this application. The loss that results from this development is not going to be mitigated by the provision of this additional land. This additional land has already been secured and that's already going ahead, so it's not tied to this application. In terms of its suitability, one of the main usages for that site, marked in pink, is a more informal play space for much younger residents, where parents are quite happy to say, yes, you can meet with your friends on that space very close to our house. If the other option is walking along the yellow pathways marked up on the screen above to the Blackbourne Community Centre, I question whether parents would be quite so happy. The route involves walking up to the main road with heavy HGV vehicles, crossing over the railway line, and then going down the footpaths north of the railway line, some of which look rather enclosed and they're alley-like, going between residents' backyards. Therefore, we don't believe that the provision of this 6 acres at Blackbourne is an equivalent or better to the type of facility being provided by the flat grassed area within the estate at the moment. So this is an aerial close-up of the site in question. If we move on from debating whether paragraph 99 has been satisfied and just look at the site in context, this aerial shot clearly demonstrates that the plot is of a similar size to the adjacent property to the west of it, and so therefore it's considered reasonable that you could fit a dwelling on there, a detached dwelling on it. This indicative plan also shows that it would be reasonable to suggest that you would have a similar parking area at the front of the property and a similar sized rear garden as the neighbouring property labelled as number 10 up on the screen. This is the plan showing the visibility displays. We've consulted with Suffolk County Council Highways. They have no objections on highways grounds for the highway safety. Although there were a couple of objections raised to the proposal on highways grounds, the NPPF makes it very clear that you can only refuse planning applications if there is an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts would be so severe and the traffic generated by one new dwelling is not considered to have severe enough impacts on the highway network. And I should add that the visibility displays marked out on the drawing do meet the requirements by Suffolk County Council of 59 metres in both directions. The road is speed limited to 30 miles an hour, so it's steady traffic. However, looking at the site, even if members felt that paragraph 99 requirements had been met, we have a very major concern that we don't believe could be overcome at reserve matters stage, and that's the residential amenity and the lack of privacy. Because you've got these 4 properties on the side, numbers 2 to 8 of Crown Mill, they are perpendicular to the plot, and whichever way you try and orientate the house, you will end up with those 4 properties overlooking their private patio space immediately to the rear of the property. And just because it's an infill site, it doesn't mean that you should have a lesser standard of amenity as acceptable. And generally, we would say you need a greater degree of privacy than is being offered by this site. If we return to the NPPG, which talks about open space and the definition, the highlighted areas are quite important. It also talks about open space being an important part of the landscape and setting of a built environment. The spaces within the development also form part of the pattern of the development and form part of the character of the development. An amenity is something that makes life more comfortable and enjoyable, and having a well-spaced out development does enhance your well-being. The loss of this open space, we believe, is have a demonstrable impact on the character of the area. And we believe it is important to retain it. It was part of the original design, and it was designed in for a purpose so that it didn't turn Elmswell into a more urban environment, that it did actually reflect the fact that it was a village within a countryside setting. So bringing that to conclusion, we feel that the site should be considered public open space, as that was marked on the reserved matters. As such, paragraph 99 has very clear requirements to allow development on those sites, which we don't believe have been met by this submission. Even if they meet the requirements of paragraph 99, we don't believe the overlooking concern could be overcome. Having said that, the plot size is acceptable and consultees don't object on a highways safety ground or on environmental grounds with regards to noise from the railway. So we recommend to refuse it.
Thank you. I'm sure I've got a question, and I'm sure others will as well. Can I just ask, so it's an open piece of land that looks as if it was brought forward when the houses around it were built. It kind of looks like it was deliberately left there because there's a sign there. So was it just, is that there's no management company anymore, just that piece of land is all that's left, and it was obviously gifted to the parish council to maintain?
Yeah, both pieces of the land highlighted in blue on the plan marked as public open space were handed over to Elmswell Parish Council in May 1999 to be maintained in perpetuity.
Thank you. Councillor Eban.
Chair, if I may, I've got a question for the legal officer, and then I've got two questions for the officer, because I'm just a bit concerned that Mid-Suffolk's Cabinet made a decision on Monday to potentially build 50 houses on a large area of open space in Elmswell, and that this council has made, you know, obviously I'm not on the Cabinet, but the Cabinet has made a decision to progress with development on a very large area of open space, and that's been agreed to progress, and that here we're now. So I'm just worried that we're, hence I know Phil's looking at me, but I'm worried that, you know, there's no consistency. We've made one, the council made one decision on Monday, and now we're, you know, I'm just want to know where I stand.
Thank you, Ian. If I start, and Ian can correct me when I go wrong, a Cabinet decision is nothing to do with planning. So the rules in the NPPF are completely distinct. There is, as I understand it, some pre-application advice to be gained. You can see in paragraph 99 what the requirements of the policy are. The question of consistency of treatment would require those policy tests to be met for that development as this. So in terms of consistency, what Cabinet do is for Cabinet, if I'm honest. Ian.
Cabinet decision does not impact the decision this committee has to make today, because we're only making a decision on what's before us today. Yeah. Fred, it's the old
Yeah, thanks for that. I just want to be clear because I think that decision was only made 2 days ago, and here we are discussing open space in Elmswell again. So I just, for the avoidance of doubt, I think we just need to be clear about that.
If I can come back in, Chairman, I mean, for the avoidance of doubt, we are highly alive to the issue of paragraph 99 as officers, and we would expect to advise that that will have to be dealt with as part of the planning process of considering whether that site is suitable to development, notwithstanding whatever Cabinet or any other government body may have said.
No, that's fine, thank you. Two questions for the officer. Thanks, Helen, for that. Is in 10.2 of the report, it refers to that the Crown Mill development incorporated grassed undeveloped gaps. I'm assuming the gaps is only 2 gaps, i.e. the Crown Mill play area that's on just next to the railway crossing and this site here. If you could just confirm that. And secondly, I understood that this bit of land was, or that area originally was to do with getting a crossing over the railway line, and that's why it was left, but can you just confirm that? Thank you.
Yes, sure. So yes, originally Elmswell Parish Council requested that this piece of grass was left so that they had the option of putting a footbridge from there across the railway to the northern half of Elmswell. They did apply 3 times and get permission for said footbridge, but it hasn't been built out. Although that was their original intention, when the reserve matters was granted, it was clearly marked as public open space, and presumably, I mean, I wasn't here in 1994, but presumably that was also to protect the LPA, that it would be maintained as public open space if the footbridge couldn't go ahead. It wasn't just because they only wanted the public footbridge there.
Yeah, so just to be clear, it wasn't designed as a public open space. So when it was first built, it wasn't built as public open space. It's just become public open space when the railway bridge hasn't gone ahead.
No, when it was approved at the reserved matters stage, it was marked as public open space.
There's public open space first.
Sorry, Chairman, if I can just interrupt. So this site, are we saying that this site was marked as public open space?
So if you go back to the slide that's got the 2 blue areas, in 1994, although that was why Elmswell Parish Council requested it, when I read through all the history of the site, that was their intention for it, but and in some of the documents it makes reference to the Parish Council's surprise that it was marked as public open space and not just marked as space for a footbridge. But it was approved as public open space.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you. Oops. Any other questions? Nope. Okay, so we'll move on. Oh, you've got a question before we come on to you? Yeah.
Yeah, I do have a question. Do you actually have a record of the distance between the first floor front windows of 2 to 8 Crown Mill to the edge of the plot?
When we put it on our scaled, I don't know what we called it.
You can measure off the plans, essentially.
Yeah.
Is that what you're...
Yeah. So when the plans were submitted, I measured that as approximately 10 metres. So 10 metres from the first floor windows. If you can take me back to the slide that shows the photograph of the houses.
If you scroll back.
So about 10 metres from those properties to the edge of the site.
Okay, so we'll move on. So now the Parish Council would normally speak, then an objector, then a supporter, then the applicant. But we only have the Parish Council here who are the applicant. So you are actually speaking as the applicant rather than the Parish Council. But over to you, and you have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was personally involved some 30 years ago in some fairly lively negotiations with the developer, which resulted in their agreeing to omit one of their housing plots on Crown Mill to leave space for the landing of a footbridge next to the railway line. Subsequent negotiations with the landowner on the other side of the line and with the Railway Authority were equally vigorous but less productive. And it was not until 5 years later that the first planning application was made for the footbridge. This was refused but successfully appealed. The inspector's ruling in allowing the appeal confirmed that the open space on the south side of the railway line was retained to facilitate a future footbridge, and he referred to condition 16 of the permission for the estate. The inspector also considered that a functional bridge of simple design would not be out of keeping in this location. Whilst working towards making their scheme a reality, the parish council secured 2 successive planning permissions for the village's footbridge, despite opposition from immediate neighbours who sought instead to have a 2-storey dwelling on the site. The intervening years have made a functional bridge of a simple design untenable, as regulation has required more and more complexity in the engineered structure, and it's become clear that the site is no longer big enough to fulfil its purpose, and it is surplus to requirements. It was never thought of or rescheduled as a public open space. Meanwhile, I confirm that, as mentioned by the case officer in your papers, the parish council recently acquired the railway tavern site from Green King at the heart of the village with outline permission for 8 large dwellings and has set up a community interest company to refurbish and manage the pub, together with Elmswell Community Land Trust, to develop up to 12 affordable community homes in place of the 8 market units. The affordable scheme is currently being pursued in partnership with a registered provider, and the parish council has formally resolved to transfer the benefit which might accrue from the development of this footbridge site towards the village's Community Land Trust initiative. The timing of this application took account of the recent acquisition of a further 6 acres of recreation and informal play space at Blackbourn, which must be seen, we suggest, as more than adequately addressing the paragraph 9 MPPF constraint. The 17 acres of Blackbourn facilities are a few minutes' walk from Crown Mill, along footpaths and separated from traffic. There was and is adequate provision made for green recreation space on the Crown Mill development, including the children's play area, with a minute's walk from anywhere on the estate. The case officer confirms that the elevation and layout of the proposal are suitable, and this is to be expected given that the site was originally intended as a building plot fitting into the estate pattern.
Your time is up to your last sentence, please.
We suggest there's no statutory or policy reason for refusing, and we ask members to weigh any reservations they may have as we continue to innovate towards providing a broad base of benefits for our community.
Thank you very much. Don't worry. Okay, so we'll now move on to the ward. Any questions? Sorry, any questions first of all for the parish council? No? Okay, so we'll move on to the ward members. We have 2, however you want to play it. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I'm somewhat surprised that our officers are recommending this application for refusal, given that it is within the settlement boundary of the village and none of the statutory consultees are objecting. They may have suggested conditions, but they're not objecting. As we've heard before, when the Crown Mill and Crabtree Meadow development was first mooted, this plot of land was to be another house, and it was only after the parish council intervened that it became clear of buildings because of the proposal for a footbridge over the railway line. The footbridge gained planning permission in 2004, which was subsequently renewed in 2013. So, since the RM permission, the Reserve Matters permission, which identified this as public open space, since then, it has become the footbridge site, and that is what it is known as within the village. It's always been known as the footbridge site. And as we've heard from the parish council, that footbridge is now unlikely to be forthcoming. This piece of open space is really of benefit to the residents of a small proportion of Elmswell, the residents of Crown Mill and Crabtree Meadow. It's not of that much interest or use to the majority of the Elmswell residents. I'm not sure that prior to COVID and Jubilee street parties that it was much more than an informal piece of grass used by the immediate neighbours. The other piece of much larger public open space between Crown Mill and Station Road, adjacent to the railway line,
was originally to be the only piece of public open space within that development, and it is well used by a number of residents from all over the village. The play area is often used by children on their way to and from school, but I haven't seen that many people using this particular rectangle of grass. Understandably, there will be a loss of biodiversity, but this is much less significant than many larger developments within the village. We've got 6 houses on Ashfield Road, which were in a piece of privately owned public open space adjacent, a privately owned open space adjacent to a public footpath. They have been approved and are now almost built out. These 6 houses are outside the settlement boundary. There is no public footpath, safe public access to the middle of the village. They are sited on an ancient open common of Buttonhour Green, which has historical significance. These houses fill in gaps of open countryside and will include much more significant loss of biodiversity. This application is within the settlement boundary and is not on part of an ancient common, so that's why I find the officer recommendation for refusal somewhat inconsistent. The officer report also suggests that there might be some overlooking issue. But is this any more overlooking than you'd have in any housing development? The spacing of the dwellings opposite this site is similar to elsewhere within the Crown Mill and Crabtree Meadow development. After all, this site was in the original configuration of the Crown Mill and Crabtree Meadow estate as a dwelling. So the separation looks similar to that which is over the road in Crabtree Meadow. Elmswell has suffered with several large developments and will grow by over 40%, giving rise to private financial gain. Here we have a public body needing to raise some capital without further increasing the parish precept with this proposal. I realise that finance is not a planning matter, but I would rather support the public purse than national house building companies. The parish council are committed to several exciting projects in the village, namely a community housing project on the land adjacent to the tavern. They're planning to utilise ground source community heating for both the pub and the affordable housing, and this requires capital investment. This is the benefit which outweighs the harm caused by this particular development.
Councillor Gee.
Thank you, Chair. I instinctively don't like to see another house built on a plot that's currently green space. And do we even need this house? Arguably not. As you'll all know, we have a national housing surplus and a good local housing land supply. But of course, we also have a housing crisis. It's expensive and it's difficult to save for a deposit while living in privately rented housing. And of course, the key to this is far more social rented houses. Lower rents let people keep more of the money that they earn. It lets the taxpayer save on benefits. So Elmswell Parish Council has earmarked the money that this piece of land, would fetch on the open market with planning permission to help develop a group of 12 affordable homes, which will stay in a community land trust in perpetuity. So Elmswell Parish Council are joining Mid-Suffolk District Council in trying to solve the housing crisis for the benefit of their residents. So maybe this single house is needed after all. But do the benefits outweigh the loss of the green space? Now, as the report points out, planning policies H3 and SB2 allow development of infill sites within settlement boundaries unless it's desirable to retain a site as an important amenity or open space within the village. Paragraph 3.14 of the committee papers says that this plot is a visually and functionally important public open space, and that's led to the first reason for refusal. An intrinsically important amenity space. But it's really, as you've seen, it's a tiny scrap of land. In the surrounding housing estate landscape, it's really little more than an extra wide verge along the driveways of the houses opposite. Another house here would fit in quite well, and it would, as others have said, have good, easy pedestrian access to the centre of the village and the other green spaces that are very close. Now, that second reason for refusal, the private amenity space of a proposed dwelling would be overlooked by first-floor windows of neighbouring properties. Well, the back garden would be no less private than any others. 10 to 20 Crown Mill are already overlooked by their neighbours. Any house that's close to another will be overlooked. Terraced houses and anything set within about 10 metres of another house are permanently overlooked, at least until the gardens mature. If you're going to go with that reason, you'd have to refuse nearly every application you get, including all the ones that I've sat through this morning. So the common sense reason why you should grant permission is that it's one small plot in a large housing estate with green space close by, and the grant of permission will allow enormous knock-on benefits to the entire village and arguably to the whole country.
Questions for the ward members? No? Okay, so up to us to discuss, debate and come to a conclusion. Councillor Matheson?
Yeah, I think it would be appropriate if I spoke first, to reminding people that I did declare at the beginning of the meeting that at the relevant time in the late 1990s, I was a member of the parish council. So I can confirm very much of what Mr. Dowd said on behalf of the parish on this application. I just wanted to first take people just very speedily through the history. It's unfortunately the history tends to get printed in the wrong order, but as you see...
Hold on, I'm really sorry. If you're going to give us the history, then I feel you're sort of going outside the grounds of this committee. Yeah, we've already heard the presentation. We've already had the history presented. Is it new history? Is it anything contrary to what we've been told?
It's just to understand
the sequence. Is it contrary to what we've been told?
No.
Well, then I don't think we need to run through the history again.
We'll keep back from it then. Okay. Right. So it helped me to sort it out in my mind. So I think the key point really is that was this intended to be, and is it needed as public open space? Now, I would suggest that the reason it was marked in 1990, or I think 1999, or maybe 94 when the plans were written, and 99 it was transferred to the parish, was because there wasn't any other sensible designation. But I don't think we need to particularly treat it as a needed public open space. As you've heard, it was going to have a house on it originally. And so I haven't got a strong view about whether we should say yes or no to this, but I just want people to understand what happened at the time, and that the intention was quite clear to try and get the footbridge put there, and that's why that piece of land was not developed. So just with that thought in mind, everybody else have a...
Councillor Mansell. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Evan.
You meant. Thank you, Chair. I'm a bit bemused by this application because, I mean, I know the area well, and I just feel different things have been highlighted in the report, but not the most recent application, which was for a footbridge for the railway. And, you know, there's a lovely park at the Crown Mill estate that's, you know, 1 minute from these houses, that's got an area of play area, and it's got an area that's sort of got trees and things, so it's kind of a nice area that you could gather on, sort of thing. And I just, you know, I wouldn't, you know, this is a bit of open space, it's a bit of leftover. I don't think I would classify it as important, as much as I love bits of green space everywhere. And it's not that there are other bits like this in that development. I mean, that the report says gaps, but there aren't any gaps. There is the play area and park that was originally designed as such, and there is this one little gap which we've heard was going to be a dwelling, and then it wasn't, and it was going to be for the footbridge. So I'm minded to you know, go against the officer recommendation, and I would be minded to propose approval of this, because, you know, I think the things that they're doing in Elmswell are fantastic, that the parish council is currently working on, and I think for the sake of one house that would have originally been there, if they'd have gone to the original outline permission back in whenever it was, there would be a house there anyway. So I'm like I say, I'm a bit bemused by it, but I appreciate people wanting open space outside their doors, or a green outside their doors, but I think we should be approving it. Thank you, Chair.
Formally propose to refuse the officer's recommendation. That's a double negative.
Well, we could put the vote that is
vote for approval. Okay. Okay. I've got a question, if I may. We talked in the previous application that there had to be 35 metres was the distance between, I think it was the block of flats and the other side of the roundabout. here we've got, I think you said 10 metres. Can you just clarify what implications that has?
Yeah, would you mind if I came back on the open space as well, Chair? Is that? Yeah. So I just want to say with the open space, appreciate all of the planning history. It nonetheless is open space. We've got evidence that it is used as such. So we need to assess it through paragraph 99. So we might need to just run through members' thoughts on that if we're minded to go with an alternative options. In terms of the sort of overlooking and sort of back-to-back or back-to-front distances, you were normally looking at, 35 metres would be potentially back-to-back. So your private space onto your private space, how do they look down upon each other's private space? Similarly, if you've got houses next to each other, the way they look is at an angle. So the bit closer to your house, perhaps your patio, where you can sit out and have a barbecue, is more private. The view down there is limited. You'd have to peer straight out of the window. So the general view is more private. What we're saying here is these houses are quite close and they're going to look straight down across all of that land. I think you see it quite easily in the photograph. That land will be well viewed by people in those houses from the first floors, and you've also got the parking, anything that goes on out the front of those houses would have an impact on the back garden. It would be more noisy and more affected because of that relationship. So it's that combination of things in this case that is of the concern for us.
I've got one more question before we come back to debate. Is the impact, we've heard about this land, the money, the house being built to build another proposition, which obviously is a very worthy cause, but is that something that we have to consider as part of the planning application?
In terms of paragraph 99 to a degree, what we're looking at, I'm just looking at here is part B, so the loss resulting from the proposed development would be replaced by equivalent or better provision in terms of quantity and quality in a suitable location. So that would be my question, would be, do members feel that this piece of open space is being replaced by an equivalent or better quality and quantity?
Not something they've bought already, that's something that would have to be in the future. So the 6 acres of woodland that's just been bought doesn't count. Is that what you're saying?
I think that's what we're saying, Ian.
Yes. Just to put in... sorry, can you hear? Can I be heard? The members have heard me say before, I think you all know well, that there's no, in general terms, no legal duty to give reasons for a grant and a decision to give planning permission, but where you're disagreeing with an officer's recommendation, it's often wise to do so, and Councillor Eburn has clearly, in broad terms, indicated why she disagrees with the officer's recommendation, but if we follow up what Gemma says with that when the resolution is framed.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm happy to speak if no one else wants to on it. I mean, I would take a different view to Councillor Eburn, because to me, it may feel nonsensical, and I totally understand what the Parish Council is saying, but it is an open space that is designated as an open space, and it's in the heart of the community, and it's been like that for many, many, many years. Now, I think the project you're doing is brilliant, so my question would be, how do you overturn an open space to make it viable? And that isn't what's been presented to us, to me, today. So I totally accept what the Parish Council wants to do. I can see why you want to do it. It makes sense, but we've got an open space that's been an open space for 30, 40 years, is used by the community, is well used, and doesn't meet the test under bullet point B to me. But obviously, it's up for discussion. Yeah. Happy to keep going around the room, but then obviously we're still looking for a seconder for Councillor Eburn's proposal. So, Councillor.
I think my main concern with this is basically what was mentioned in the previous report, that you should have 35 metres, and I can see those houses at 2468 looking over more, so they've got less privacy, and they're losing obviously some of their amenity value because of that. So personally, I would actually agree with the officer's decision to refuse this application. I think it has been used as open space for a number of long time. We've got a certified petition against it. Okay, there is a park allegedly just down the road, about a minute's walk away, but the local residents there like this as open space. I think it seems reasonable to keep it as open space, and therefore I personally agree with the officer's decision on this one. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, it is public open space. it would be very interesting to go back and look at the original design documents for this development. Were the houses just opposite the public space? Everything else is very linear. Were those 4 houses put on that configuration because there was going to be open space in front of it? Well, that could be the case, and that would be supported by the visibility issues that we've been discussing. It was there for a footbridge, but I see it as being a huge bonus for the community to have this. If I were living in that community, it would add value. Yeah, I certainly can't second the proposal and see value in the space.
Chair, if I may ask, I can see the way it's going. I'll withdraw my proposal because I haven't got a seconder and I can see the line of... No, I'm going to withdraw it because I do need to leave the meeting very soon anyway. So.
Before we go on to the next person. No. Did you want to propose it based on what you've just said? Do you want to propose refusal?
Happy to propose acceptance of the officer's recommendation.
Propose refusal. Okay, John, over to you, and we're looking for a seconder, obviously, to that proposal.
Yes, I have to say I found the officer's arguments pretty logical and well constructed. And I don't always agree with everything I hear from the officers, so that was a pleasant feeling. I recognise, as we were saying, that the parish council clearly has plans and clearly has a need to raise cash, and yes, it is quite probable that this area, well, it's definite that this was destined to be a house, but I think the point of the orientation of the 4 next to it, were they arranged in that order when it was known that this would be handed over as open space with the intention of putting a landing place for a bridge there or not? Certainly they are very close, and overlooking is always a problem, and 10 metres is very short. And I have, as I'm sure we all have, a number of emails from residents pointing to the value of this as an open space. And if I can remember back to when we had young children, it is pretty convenient to have an area which is open to surveillance, as this is, from a number of houses, and which you can allow quite young children to play essentially unsupervised and develop their confidence of not constantly having a parent within 10 feet of them. So I find the thought that this is a useful open space, has been used as an open space, quite compelling, and the thought that the overlooking is unacceptable, equally quite compelling. So I
happy to second that.
Happy to second that.
Okay, thank you. So we've got a proposer and a seconder. Does anyone else wish to speak before we go to a vote? Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I think your chair, you did say nonsensical, and yeah, I do feel that was actually right, and you then went on to go with the strict planning situation, that it is designated as a public open space, etc. I'm not in support of the officer's recommendation. I did just want to ask Gemma, is there any significance in the fact there were 2 parallel applications, both granted on the same day for the same piece of land here? It seems a little curious. I don't know if that's got any relevance to... the wording seems to be identical, but presumably there were 2 different versions for a reason. Yeah, I do feel, on the whole, that I would like to approve rather than refuse.
So we've got a proposal and a second. Just before we go to the vote, Philip, you wanted to come in, did you?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, just very simply, I think if the parish council set out what their equivalent or better provision in quantity and quality arising from this development, not that they were doing anyway, one would be you know, you'll be well placed to consider this. But in terms of governance, paragraph 99 is a very real requirement within the MPPF. It's not just about public open space, it's about open space generally, you know, and it has always been a good principle to, you know, to protect space between buildings in locations such as this. So that reasoning that committee has, laudable though the aims the Parish Council has for the money from this, do need to address paragraph 99, and I think that would be a very constructive way forward for this.
Okay.
Well, can I just comment on that momentarily? Yeah, I think there's a bit of a timing issue, really, that the Parish Council has for decades had an aspiration to go beyond the Blackburn.
I'm really sorry, that's not relevant, John, to what they talk. John?
They got lucky and got the land before they got this application.
John, that also makes it sound as if you've predetermined your decision.
No.
So I'm really sorry, please. So we will now go to a vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is in progress. So you are voting for or against the officer recommendation of refusal. A vote for would be a vote of refusal against the application, and a vote against would be a vote to approve the application.
I'm for. My modern God has disappeared.
Thank you, Chair. Just waiting for Councillor. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 4 votes for and 2 against. So that is refused.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any site inspection requests that needed to be reported to the committee?
None received.
Okay, good. So we close the meeting at 3:25. Thanks everyone for joining us today.